Welcome back, everyone, to Red Spotlight Entertainment. I'm your host, Alexis Soto, joined by Peter Martinez. You know, the podcast that brings you all of the latest stories coming out of the world of movies and more. And what a week it was. Of course, Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con International returned for the first time in person in 3 whole years since 2019. And hey, I actually got to go, and this was my first time. So a lot of this episode will be me kind of like telling you what the experience was as somebody who, you know, didn't really think for the longest time that this would be something that was, you know, enjoyable, considering the number of people that go and all the horror stories that come out of the convention. Also, I know that, I'm sure listeners know that Peter and I were longtime fans of the former Collider Movie Talk and the AMC Movie Talk, and it always stuck with me how every single time they would come back after covering that con, they would all get sick. With like a cold or something always gets spread around because of the sheer like volume of people. So there were a lot of reasons for why I was like, you know, not necessarily, you know, enthused about going for many years, but I went this year and I'm going to tell you how it was like. And then of course all of the stuff that was announced this weekend out of Comic-Con pertaining to future projects with Avatar or Dragon Ball or DC Comics. But of course the people that seemingly always steal the show, Marvel Studios, for better and of course for worse. That means all the trailers from Shazam to Black Adam to She-Hulk to Black Panther, all of that here and more on Red Spotlight number 408. And of course, Peter right now is not in a state to leave his home, so we are not going to review Jordan Peele's recent film Nope until he has the chance to see it. But of course, we all know people are dying to hear our take on it. Fortunately, of course, there's not anything major coming out in the next couple of weeks as far as theatrical plays are concerned. So I think we've earned some time to some space finally, a little bit of a break in, you know, the number of films that have come out recently. So stay tuned for that. Also, at this moment, you should be able to listen to the return of the Fantasy Fair podcast, of which Peter and I touched on briefly at the top of the last episode. Alexis Moreno and Kyle Lira come back not for the originally promised Encanto review. Instead, they've seemed to have like skirted that all together, and they have released, from what I'm told, a nearly 3-hour show where Alexis and Kyle discuss their top 10 favorite movies in the 60 Walt Disney Animation Studios collection. So that's on Fantasy Fair podcast. So yeah, here we are. And I would also, you know, guide listeners to the previous episode, number 407, because Peter and I really, I feel, kind of laid out a lot of the frustrations and a lot of the, just, you know, the state of where Marvel Studios and all of their projects are. And I feel it's very, it's going to help guide you and maybe even just tell you up front how we're going to feel about the stuff that was announced and how it's going to go. But hey, as always, a disclaimer, if you liked what you saw, if you liked what you heard, good for you. Don't let our negativity, quote unquote, crap on your good mood. You like what you like, and that's good enough, right? So just putting that out there because I feel it's kind of obvious which way it's going to go for a lot of these. Anywho, let's go ahead and get into the convention itself. So I was only there for Saturday, which was, of course, the main day. And again, because I honestly didn't really care to be in the building when a whole bunch of projects would be announced that I would not care about. And it was fairly predictable to think that would be the case. And of course that happened after all. So there'd be like, there was no instance in which I like rationalized or like even considered like waiting overnight for a Hall H panel. That shit wasn't going to happen. My main goal was to hit the convention floor, see how much we could do in just the 10 or so hours that we were there. We got there at 11 a.m. and left around 7 when it closed. And it was, in a word, overwhelming. It is not something I feel like you can even like come close to expecting, just the sheer scale of what's available. And of course, for longtime listeners, you know that Peter and I also have a shared camaraderie and our passion for all things physical media and art. Of course, that comes with posters and collectibles. And so, I collect Funko Pops. Peter used to collect Disney Infinity figures, of which have now, long since have been defunct and everything. So, I mean, we're collectors at heart. And so you can only imagine how overwhelming, but then also at the same time, just how joyous the experience was to just be able to go around that place and like everywhere you look and everywhere you turn, there would just be something that was, in some instances, more variations of the same stuff you've been seeing, but in some rare occasions, you just see some stuff that you would never find anywhere else, either because of its rarity or exclusiveness. But it was genuinely, I was having the time of my life, and it's just, it was my first con ever. And to see, endless booths with people and the merchandise that they had, as well as just the beautiful art, the statues, I don't even know what to call them, but like they had a lot of the studios and franchises had a lot of, their own booths where, I mean, they blew it out of the water with a lot of what they had as far as, their presentation is concerned. And again, like if you're going to go to this, I mean, good luck trying to get as much as you can in one day, but it's next to impossible being able to do it all. Just like, look, we basically had to like zigzag, in different like corners of the convention, and it was, it can be difficult, I will say, even though I am told that the traffic flow this year was not as it used to be, pre-COVID. Although I would still say it was fairly busy. I mean, you're still basically having to shove people out of the way just to move to where you want to get to.
That
makes
my skin crawl.
It did. It took a while. I'm not gonna lie. I think within the first hour, my group needed to take a break to get off to the side because it was just.
I hope you guys brought a lot of hand sanitizer.
I did, and I bought a lot of masks.
Good.
I even changed masks throughout the day. I was just like, whatever I could do because it was a lot. It was, yeah. It was kind of annoying in some places. Like sometimes you'd want to like go into like one corner, but like there's like a flow of people coming your direction. You just like turn around, like, nope, okay, I'll just go around, and because it's just.
Seems like it's hard to like stop and look at anything.
You have no idea how annoying that got early on, because I wanted to stop and just like take it in, but you can't, because if you do, you'll just get swept up in the wave of people that come at you. I will say, I think like all my years at Disneyland have really trained me. They came in handy. They came in handy because, of course, Disneyland is very, very crowded a lot of the times, and so how to navigate
makes me angry. I'm sorry.
It always
so
does.
Many narrow places, and then all the strollers.
Yes. Keep in mind, of course, this was a park that was built in the 1950s. At the time, it was big. They don't have any more space to go on to. They do the best they can. In this, I will defend them. In this alone, I will defend them. Also, people were nowhere near as quote-unquote big as they are now. So look,
that's true.
And of course, the whole stroller situation, that's something they need to regulate, because that's gotten way out of hand. And it's been a problem for many, many years. So on that, they need to do something about it. Especially if they're going to be charging the prices that they do, on top of also charging you for fast passes and everything else. It's just ridiculous. But I watched some videos on how to what to take in advance, to prepare for the con. In my backpack, I took my backpack, I had like masks, hand sanitizer, portable chargers, as well as snacks, throughout the day. Because at no point were we going to...
Oh, you're allowed to bring in food?
Yes,
stuff?
you can. And I would, that's good. And it's advised that you do, because otherwise you'd be paying $12 for nachos. The food there is, we didn't even take into consideration that would ever be a place we would actually stop. No, because they do have I guess a quote unquote cafe in there with very limited seating, but the food is generally speaking well below average.
Well below.
In terms of quality, of course, but not in terms of price, and that way is well above what you would expect. So, yeah, I took the snacks that I wanted to and then took breaks periodically. But it was overwhelming. It really was. We avoided the whole parking situation, just took the trolley, just get that out of the way with. But honestly, it was pretty easy to get down there. And the convention floor was just, I'm not even this is not hyperbole. It was just jam-packed with too many things. And there were several times where I was taking into consideration, okay, am I going to get this or not? And then I just walked away. And then I find something else.
You stole it?
No, I didn't steal it. But you mean, I honestly can't share with you all of the stuff because obviously this is audio. But I mean, there were wonderful life-size figures of Voldemort, Gandalf, the Mad Titan Thanos, Bowser, all the characters from the new Dragon Ball superhero movie, Piccolo, Gohan. They had meet and greet interactions with SpongeBob and Patrick as if it was a Nickelodeon park. Literally speaking, yeah. We had, I think, there's a popular Disney Channel series called The Owl House, and one of the voice actors of the series was of course, there's autograph signings happening all over the place. One of the big ones was Bruce Campbell, who I got so close to. I wasn't even in line, but at the Marvel Studios booth,
How long was the line?
I don't know. It was long. I feel like you needed to have because Comic-Con has this thing, if you want to wait for panels or for particularly with autograph signings, you need to sign up online somewhere. And then
really?
Yeah. It's that you can't even just show up there and just get in line. Just assume that there was a whole other thing that you missed and you can't really get in line physically. That's an issue. But there was a very long line. Bruce Campbell looked very snazzy with that suit and his sunglasses. It was incredible. And he was in the zone, just signing things left and right. It was just fun to just be that near to him. The Pizza Papa himself was just there.
It's the Pizza Papa. The one and only.
Yeah. I think he was also doing a signing for Evil Dead either that day or the day before somewhere. I didn't see the Evil Dead location, but it was around there, I think.
It's crazy because if you become con famous,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Because he never became A-list. He should have, but he never did. But
you wouldn't tell because people were running to see him. He was A-lister in that building.
That's my point, though. if you're A-list at these cons, you can make so much money.
Yeah,
just going to cons around the country and just signing shit, right?
Yeah,
a lot of people have made a career of that. I don't know.
A very lucrative career at that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool for them.
Yeah. So, a lot of great experiences and just the endless pieces of art. I actually wanted to ask you, Peter, from all of the stuff. I mean, I shared a lot of videos. I shared a lot of photos of the stuff that was there. What caught your eye from all of that?
That it was Comic-Con, not Anime-Con. Though you would not know it from the photos you were sending, especially of your purchases.
No, the anime thing has actually had a bigger presence this year than ever before. And I, not just from the people that I was with had said that, but even also people who I follow on YouTube were saying this year that there was so much more anime. I think in large part because Dragon Ball had a massive presence. They have a new movie coming out next month, and so they had a lot of
they
stuff.
Already have anime cons, okay? I don't see no fucking Captain America merch at those anime cons. They would be shunned.
Okay, then why is SpongeBob there? Why are Beavis and Butthead there? Why are the Simpsons there? Why was there a Family Guy? Why is Totoro there? I mean,
they all have comics.
Really? That's the level that we're dealing with here?
Yes.
You have to have a comic to get your foot through the door?
Yes.
And who's to say anime don't have comics too?
They don't. They have
mangas. Well, isn't that just a cousin of a comic?
Estranged. There are manga at anime cons. You can have mangas, but you do not see them selling comic books.
Anywho. No, but seriously, anything that caught your eye as far as art is concerned are certain booths. By the way, there was this one area. There was several places where you could get Funko Pops. Like, I feel like every like corridor had their own like collection of Funko Pops. Of course, Funko had their own like Funkoville. It was like the largest like exhibit in the entire convention floor, which also housed the Mondo booth that we did get a chance to go through.
Oh, you went through the Mondo stuff?
So
That's
if
cool.
you recall the images I sent of the action figures of the Thing, and then also like Batman and Harley Quinn and Joker and the Godzilla and I think Ghidorah. I don't recall if that's the one, but that was the outside of the Mondo booth. And then going in, there was some really memorable art pieces. One of which, I think they were all new. Of course, they were already sold out at that point. The one that I really loved the most, and I believe I also did send this, was one of the Creature of the Black Lagoon. I don't know if you caught that one. But that was, I feel like, one of the best pieces I saw there at the whole convention, and it was spectacular. It really was. But as far as like Funkos are concerned, there was this one booth. I kid you not, it was surrounded by 4 walls of Funkos. That was literally their booth, and they were selling a lot of them for like I think only $10.
I bet they take a lot of their like excess inventory. Mm-hmm. They're like, this is, nerd mecca.
Right. Yeah.
Can move a lot of these once we can't move anywhere else here, right?
Well, you'd think, right? I mean, a lot of them were fairly like newer ones. I did speak with one of the people who was working that particular booth, and he told me that many of these weren't that old, as a matter of fact. There were ones that are like consistently like manufactured. So of course, me, I was looking for an Agent May one, and I didn't expect for a second they'd have it, but just to ask anyway. And of course, like, yeah, man, like that was older, like that was years ago. We only have the newer ones here. And he actually told me, even though they do have a lot of like Stranger Things 4 Funkos, he was really, he felt bad that everyone mostly kept asking for the new character from that season, Eddie. Eddie is the guitar player.
Oh my! No, and no one shuts up about Eddie. Everyone
right?
loves
you
that
know, yeah, and that's the one.
Shit.
That's the one people keep asking. That kept asking that particular vendor for if they had a Funko, which they didn't make. I don't think they did. As far as like
they didn't see what they had.
Yeah, basically. But guess what? They are going to make one at some point because of the character's popularity now, so that was...
It's like, he's the Baby Yoda.
Basically, of that season. But yeah. What I did, interestingly enough, I was surprised to see any kind of, like, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., anything, because even at one of the things that's hilarious is that while the show does have its fans, and we've joked about the small fan base of this series, small but active fan base for years. But one of the things that has always been kind of prevalent, at least in my eyes, is the lack of like merchandise for the show just everywhere. Like even in general department stores like Target or Walmart, like you hardly see anything at all represented. Even something as something as simple as like physical media. You'd see like all the latest seasons of The Flash or Arrow, or even the Netflix shows have like physical media releases of the seasons. S.H.I.E.L.D. stopped doing that in America, at least, I believe in season 2. So what I did find, and it's interesting because I did actually find an equivalent version of that on eBay for a lot less money, but I was just curious to see. One vendor who apparently was from Las Vegas had nothing but like merchandise that was signed from the stars themselves. So one actually had, I believe his name is like August Richards. He's the actor that played Deathlock, Mike Peterson on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had like a whole frame with like pictures of him signed by the actor. But what caught my attention was like this Funko Pop of Agent May signed by Ming-Na Wen. And I was like, okay, if there was ever a chance for the unpopularity of the show to bank on, let's do it now. Come on. Let's see how low we can go.
Please have it cost $20.
Yeah, basically, right? Because, I had to ask. I had a hilarious exchange with the vendor and everything about like where he acquired all this stuff. He even had a Funko of Stan Lee signed by Stan Lee himself.
Ooh, that's very rare now.
He had, I think, signed Carrie Fisher stuff as well.
Oof.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's holding on to those for a while, particularly. Yeah. But with the Ming-Na Wen one, and he says he got all these in person. All of this merchandise, he himself
He's from
got
Vegas,
signed.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm. So I asked, in the hopes that it wouldn't be all that expensive. Smaller show, you hardly see any rep for it anywhere, even at this convention. $500. $500, which I might add, basically was the equivalent of an amazing framed replica, or maybe even an original, who knows, of like a Disneyland park map that I also shared with you guys that day.
I'm sorry, I don't think there's
anything worth that much.
Anything on this earth, Ming-Na Wen related, that costs $500. Like, I feel I could purchase a locket of her hair and it would not be $500.
Interestingly
That's
enough,
insane.
I went on eBay and guess what? I found a Ming-Na Wen signed Agent May Funko Pop for 180 something. A lot less.
Even then I would say that's maybe a bit much.
Mm-hmm.
That dude's insane. Maybe it's the way you asked.
No.
Maybe he was like, you were trying to play it cool, but you're like, how much is it? He saw the excitement and the twinkle in your eye, and he's like, ooh, I can get this guy.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not stupid. Like, I mean, really?
Well, no.
$500 for a freaking Funko Pop? Like, I think you have to be like, you'd have to have all the money in the world to be okay with, like, dropping that. Like, what is that? Dropping the bucket, $500? Sure, if you want it then and there. But, like, if I actually wanted it, there are cheaper options for that. Signed merchandise anywhere else.
And I mean, apparently, some very rich people go to Comic-Con because they sell some crazy expensive shit. It's like, ooh, you want this, a life-sized figure of this one obscure cartoon character?
Right.
Just drop a car's worth of money. No big deal.
Yeah. No big deal whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really looking for Funkos at the moment. I think I'm kind of full with it. But what was really taking my eye was all of the art. And one of the vendors, I believe I actually have the artist's name right here. Believe he's called... Oh, I do not know how to pronounce his name. But his first name is Chris. Chris Kehasu Kajaran. That's the best way I can tell you. But he had a lot of anime art. Also Nintendo, from what I can tell here. Yeah, I have his card, actually his business card, and I see Nintendo stuff, as well as Pac-Man, Sonic, and anime stuff here. His, I guess, the character that's kind of like the face of his particular, I guess, himself, would be Grandpa Gohan from the Dragon Ball series. Anywho, I was particularly like startled with how good the pieces he had. So the pieces that I bought off of him, and they were like buy two get one free. So it just so happened that there was like a space available in my room where I needed to change something, and if I got 3 of them with a particular theme, it might go together. So the first one I bought immediately, and I think I shared all of these images with you, Peter. So it was the Dragon Ball one, and I love the design of it because it was like the head of Goku, and it was the silhouette basically, but within it were like hundreds of characters involving in them from all 3 series: Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super. Like from the bottom to top. It's just as could
only be described as biblical.
Yes. And I think that's actually a pattern that I noticed with like all three of the posters that I got, because they were just jam packed with like locations, with iconography, and like just characters. So it was the Dragon Ball, it was Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then also Pokemon, which of course were like, even though, and I stress this because it needs to be, and people will get on my case. We know The Last Airbender doesn't technically qualify as anime. It's more so anime adjacent, but it's very anime. I mean, everybody knows
everything you got was anime.
I mean, literally. So, they're
comic.
Not everything. You forget one, but those three.
Everything.
Not everything, but those three were. So, I was genuinely happy with it. You particularly seem to like the Avatar one.
Well, yeah, because I like Avatar. No shit.
You called it biblical.
Well, yeah, the layout is it's very much like I don't know how to. That's the only way I can really think to describe it. It's sort of like something you'd see atop the Sistine Chapel.
It almost reminds me of the kaleidoscope structure of the Everything Everywhere All at Once poster.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah.
So it's something to compare it to for people who may not like see it. Of course, if you like to see it, you can follow me on Instagram, Great the Alexis, and all of these images will be on there. To. I mean, if you want to see what it looks like, you can follow me on there, and you
don't
can
have
see
to,
it.
Though.
I mean, no, nobody has to. I'm just saying, if you want to.
We'd recommend you don't.
Okay. Now, the other one. So I was actually
the other
there.
anime poster.
Well, no. I was there. I met up with some friends. So my friend Nettie and also her friend Carlos were there as well. And we met up and we walked by this particular booth that had, in all honesty, far more impressive collections of art, posters, movie posters particularly, than Mondo themselves. Of course, by that time, Mondo had nothing left to offer. They're all gone. But even then, some incredible moving pieces. And all three of us walked away with our own 24 by 36 size posters of some of our favorite films. Carlos walked away with a poster of The Thing. Now, it wasn't the, classic theatrical poster. It was clearly a newer one. And it was just so incredible. It really was. Nettie walked away with one of The Lost Boys, which, Peter educated me was this vampire movie from the 1980s. And you actually saw it. So how would you describe the freaking Lost Boys poster that she got?
Oh, it's great. It's a
lot of red.
That's an awesome poster. Yeah. But again, very detailed. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's really cool.
And then I ended up walking away with E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Of course, how fitting. Of course, this year it's its 40th anniversary and apparently going to play in IMAX on the 12th of August. So we may make some plans to see that. That seems like something you don't want to miss. But it was something that kind of just like, I don't know, like it drew.
Oh my God.
What?
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay.
But, you know how we saw that movie X?
Yeah.
Did you know there was a post-credits scene?
No.
I guess it's a post-credits scene because I came across today that there was a poster for a movie by the same director, Ty West, called Pearl, that's supposed to be a prequel to X. And the trailer's supposed to come out tomorrow.
Are you joking?
No.
Sounds like a joke.
It's called It does. I thought when I first saw it, I was like, this is like fake, right? But then apparently it was real. And apparently there was like a post-credits scene that like teased it.
Wow. I'd see it.
It's called Pearl, and I guess it follows, spoilers, the murderous old lady when she was young.
Never mind, I don't want to see it. That's
played by the same actress that played the main character in X, the porn star. That was so weird when I saw that. I was like, what the fuck? Sorry, it just popped in my head right now. What are you talking about?
Well, since we're on that, I want to also congratulate A24 on an amazing year of films. X, I thought, was very good. Even though people didn't get it or honestly care for it very much,
it was so funny.
With X as well, but I think the same can also be said in terms of how good it was, how good I enjoyed it, and then also how I guess people didn't care for it. Men,
yes.
Was very good. And then, of course, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once being the biggest success of that studio, I think speaks for itself. And then one, which at some point we're going to maybe just have to watch it on digital because it's not going to play out near us, Marcel, The Shah with Shoes On.
Yeah.
Great year for A24.
I have a feeling I'm going to love that movie.
Yeah, me too. So I want to also mention A24. We don't talk about them enough, but they've been really good this year as far as like their content. But anyway, that's hilarious. I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah,
so I guess
so ridiculous.
But back on the ET thing, something about it just seemed kind of like right. When I saw it, I was like, shit. So I had to like take it out of like the stack and then just see it, and I knew it immediately. I was like, okay, how do I talk myself out of buying this? Why bother? Okay, I'll take it. So I took it.
To be fair, considering what we see some of these posters go for, it wasn't a bad price.
No, man. Like, look, I love movie posters, and so I have Mondo posters of both Into the Spider-Verse and Guardians Volume 2. I believe another one, but those are the ones that I can think of right now. And I paid so much more for those.
Yeah.
But again, this is a amazing poster. You've seen it yourself. At Comic-Con, only $95.
And also, it's 24 by 36.
Yes, yes.
So it's not like it's a tiny poster.
Oh,
either.
hell no. No, you've seen it yourself. How would you describe this poster?
It's gorgeous. It looks like it's like very classic movie poster in the ET style, almost like painted. Really, really nice. More. It's not simplistic, but it's more simple than the other poster. It's not like there's a million characters.
No.
But no, it's a really nice one.
It's very. I don't know if what? Oh, you were coughing.
I coughed.
I thought you were like saying you're about to say something.
No.
It's very. I don't know if refined is a way to write. If it's the right word, or it's very elegant. Maybe elegant is a better way of saying it, because it's not cluttered with a million like characters. And sometimes I do love those posters, but really from a character aspect, you have E.T. himself, Elliot, and then also the brother, the sister, and the mom, and that's about it. You have, but it's also, it has like the signature iconography of E.T. doing the finger thing, right, position right where Elliot is at, with the his face in the background. You also have, of course, the moon with the silhouette of E.T. and Elliot riding the bike at night. You have also the forest where E.T.'s ship landed, as well as the I believe they're the FBI or the agents that follow them with their flashlights are also there. And then at the bottom, you have, of course, the iconic logo with E.T. at the top of the forest looking out at the cityscape of, I believe, what is Phoenix, Arizona. And, of course, the color scheme is a light night blue, I believe, like a sky blue, or I don't know what kind of blue. It's white and blue is the main color scheme. It's stunning. And the more I look at it, the more I just like, yeah. When I put it in the frame, it's like that was the best choice I could have made. And right now, I was just texted by David, and so I'm sure he is listening when he listens to this. He texted
Fuck
that
you, David.
The E.T. poster looks freaking awesome.
No, it does. That's the best one.
Yeah. So I'm very, very happy with my overall Comic-Con experience. Even
going to any Comic-Con parties, after parties?
No, we were fucking tired, man. We didn't sleep the night before.
No orgies?
No, unfortunately. Zeus kicked us out.
Chill, baby cake.
Best line in the MCU. Nothing in that panel topped that line. I don't think ever will. Yeah. Honestly, I would have been as content, and I was content, just simply like being there and watching all of the art. That's what I was there for, and I saw so much of it. There was a Clone Wars one I damn well nearly got, but I had to walk away from it. And thankfully, I think that was the right decision because there would be no place to put it in. There was just no room left in this room to put a Clone Wars poster at.
Yeah, he doesn't have walls anymore.
So, yeah. That's an issue.
You know what I always saw? I don't know how much it would cost, but like I know there's like a lot of like comic artists. And I guess this is more for like you're into comic book artists and art and certain ones like stuff like that. But I know like you can not only can you get your shit signed, you probably have to pay more obviously, but like they'll do a sketch for you. You know, like you know if they're like a Spider-Man artist, they mostly work on Spider-Man. They'll draw a Spider-Man and they even like on the covers or something. And they're like, I thought that would be cool. You know?
No, they had a lot of comic books there.
I'm sure there's like a million booths.
Oh yeah,
and stuff.
A lot of comic book stands. One of the ones that we were touring had one of the ones that caught my eye were like Moon Knight comic books. The designs particularly catch my eye.
Moon Knight has great art.
Yeah, I will say that Carlos and Eddie were also like technically speaking cosplaying, but not really. You wouldn't tell. It's like they were wearing clothes which were indicative of the characters they were cosplaying. It's not an actual costume. It was like Disney bounding.
Yeah, I was going to say Kyle explained this to me years ago, and it made me question ever speaking to him again. I forgot the words of it, but it's like it's cosplaying, but not really. It's like you wear an outfit inspired by the character. It's like something like that. It's like that, right?
Yes, that's exactly it. And I honestly wasn't aware of this property. I've come to do some research. The Owl House is a Disney animated series, one of which was a writer for Gravity Falls. And evidently, it's one of the show. It's so popular. It's very reputable for its LGBTQIA plus representation. I think its main character is gay, and he has an open relationship, and they're intimate on the show.
Gay.
And there's really no official reason, but after 2 seasons, there are 3 quote-unquote specials coming, but it was canceled, and the creator has gone to Twitter to reveal that what she suspects, or at least what she says, the reason for why the show ultimately Disney moved on was because it wasn't considered to be fitting in with the Disney brand.
Well, what's his name? After he was done with
Emil Hirsch, is that who it is? Or who is the Gravity Falls guy?
Yeah, I forget his name. Maybe that's his name. But after he was done with Gravity Falls, like, he pretty openly shits on Disney. And like, he even says, like, oh, like I think it was under one of their, like celebrating gay pride posts or whatever. And he's like, oh, but when you would send back notes where it's like, I couldn't have gay characters. I wasn't allowed to do this and do that and do that. Like, okay, go fuck yourselves. Like, he was basically saying all that shit. I will say that thank God for Cartoon Network.
Right?
Because Cartoon Network, that's like, if you trace back like all the awesome cartoon, like you can always trace them through are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Go ahead.
Okay. You can always trace them through Cartoon Network, because it's like I know it doesn't start here, but you could say like, okay, at Adventure Time, artists that worked on Adventure Time, they then moved on to work on Steven Universe. They then went, Flapjack, Chowder, which, a lot of these moved on to create their own animated series, and it goes down to stuff like the Owl House or a regular show or all of these things that eventually we even have today. Like great, I don't know, I love cartoons, so it's like
no, animation is great. I love animation. Awesome. It really, I mean, it's a great medium. It's a great medium. It really is. And it's just so sad to see that a fandom like that's just been, and it you know how it was a culture shock in that we kept getting stopped because people were like noticing that particular like cosplay.
Oh, Owl House?
Like, yeah. And you know, literally stopping Nettie to talk about the series. It felt as if I was there with a celebrity because we kept getting stopped. People wanted pictures with her.
Well, I saw that you were, you sent video that you were harassing Muslim goers at Comic-Con.
I sent video that was a great costume of Miss Marvel, who I love as a character. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but right now, as a matter of fact, on your phone, I just sent you images of the particular quote-unquote bounding or cosplay, if you want to call it, with other people who stopped by to take pictures with them.
Okay.
And by the way, from what I'm told, Nettie made that the night before, that owl with the door and everything. So she told me that she stayed up until like 4 a.m. to make that. So.
And you're there with your shirt.
With my great button-up Marvel shirt.
How many people took pictures with you?
Many of them. I took a photo with the Mad Titan himself.
I believe that.
Very in demand, as it were. And the weather was great. I'm not even going to lie to you. It doesn't even feel like summer sometimes over there in fucking San Diego.
Oh my god, that comic is $18? What the fuck?
What, you're seeing the images that I sent over?
I'm looking at the prices of the comics.
Which comic were you looking at?
The Joker. Death of the Family. Right above you guys, or right above the picture. Right above Nettie in the Owl House. Big Joker.
Oh, yeah, I see it. There's one of the Wolverine for $10.
Damn.
Umbrella Academy. Yeah, you're right. I see that Joker one right there. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the comic stands that we stopped by to take a look at them. Pretty great fucking prices. Again, not what you would expect at Comic-Con, right? Like, this is actually pretty affordable stuff that they have.
I don't know about that. But luckily, it looks like everyone's wearing a mask.
No, look, there were no issues whatsoever with masks.
That's good.
None whatsoever. And we had people there from all over the world, all over the country. And it was actually pretty simple. So,
well, people in other countries are a lot better.
Of
Mexico is so much better when it comes to masks.
But yeah, I mean, you can't get in the building without a wristband. So you had to get an orange wristband, and you had to go away from the convention floor to the hotel next door to do a check-in process where they'll either take in your proof of vaccination or your negative COVID test. And then once you get your wristband, then you can go back to the main convention area to get your badge and your free bag, which I've also showed you images of the free bags that they had with the DC Comics characters, which is also pretty nice design.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So again, like, the COVID thing, look, unfortunately, it took place during like a surge and everything, and I'm sure people got sick. You can only do so much. There's no thing about it, but like, at the very least, all you could do is that everybody was respectful of the rules, and for the most part, they were inside. Outside, there were a few people here and there that weren't wearing them, but you know.
I think they even say if you're outside, you don't have to wear shit. But
yeah, indoors is where it's However, you know, one of the other things as well that I was warned of was nerd smell is I think is I guess the coined term.
The BO.
Yeah. I didn't pick up on too much of that at all this year. I was fortunate enough. The AC was kicking, so it was actually pretty nice in there. Yeah. When it was there. So again, no major issues. And one other thing that I had just forgot about And this is really weird and kind of eerie. So Carlos, because this is my first Comic-Con, he apparently has worked this for 15 years now. He goes back to work there every year. So he has an in, shall we say. And he took me over to a booth that they ask you 3 questions, and you get to have like a little like banner that you can attach onto your Comic-Con badge. One of the little banners was Captain, and so the questions was, if you want it for free, you have to like name 3 fictional captains. Boneheaded me didn't even think Captain America, even though I had like a Captain America shield on my shirt. So I was like,
that's embarrassing.
But I mean, I wasn't struggling. I named them pretty quickly. I believe it was Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Captain Hook, and also Captain Rex. So those are the 3.
Rex
from Star Wars.
Oh, okay. I was thinking Captain Nemo, but okay.
No. I believe Nettie. She named Captain America because she saw the shield on my shirt. She probably was
staring at your shirt, yeah.
Also Captain Jack Sparrow, and then I forgot the other one. But I was...
Oh my god, that's right. I completely forgot that. That's an obvious one, too.
I was trying to hint to her to also say Captain Barbossa, because, having Jack Sparrow, Captain Barbossa. Yeah. Here's the eerie thing. All the while, right behind us, and I may be even also overhearing, but just interested in this, was an actor who played one of Captain Barbossa's haunted pirates in Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Really?
Yes. He was this giant guy, deep voice, and there was a familiarity about him that I couldn't place, but Carlos sensed it, and then also looked up his name, and it was one of the he shadows over people. He's really tall.
Is he black?
Yes.
I know who.
And
okay,
bald.
I know. Yes, I know. Uh-huh. I know who he. Yeah. I remember him from the movie. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I know which character that is. Oh shit. Okay.
And
that's cool.
And it's right, and it's just so weird because we were talking about Jack Sparrow, Barbossa in that moment, and then little did we know, look what happens. Mm-hmm. So yeah. Just moments like that happen at Comic-Con, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, there's just famous people everywhere. Mm-hmm. Right? I guess, well, actually, you don't watch The Boys. You don't know who he is. Never mind.
What, Anthony? What's his name?
No, not Anthony Starr, although he is a treasure. Jack Quaid.
Oh, I know Jack Quaid.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. We're very well aware of Jack Quaid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take it easy, okay? We get it. You know about your fantasies.
Right.
But anyways, he I guess he spent the whole Comic-Con on the floor in a Scream costume.
Oh my god, that's so clever.
Yeah.
Who would have known? Nobody. I mean, you could...
No, he was just walking around.
People just walking. There was somebody that walked by me that in a complete Boba Fett getup. I mean...
That's the thing, too. Like, if you're a famous person, it's neat. You just throw on a... I know one year, what's his name? From Breaking Bad.
Is it Cranston?
Bryan Cranston? Yeah, he walked around in a Cranston realistic...
Oh, you mean a Walter White? Didn't he...
it was a Walter White...
basically mask. His costume. Oh, a mask. Oh, okay.
It was a realistic face mask. So it's funny. So he took it off and it's Bryan Cranston. Ridiculous. Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah, man. I was told, and I guess this makes a lot of sense. I figured anyway, but Carlos, because he works these things, they do have the center has exclusive secret tunnels to get the celebrities in and out of there, which is yeah. Otherwise, I don't know how they would ever get through anybody.
Because I'm sure, especially the A-listers, right? Yeah. They come in, do their presentations, and then they're getting the fuck out of there.
Yeah,
right?
they don't stick around.
Maybe they're leaving this. Maybe they're just
unless
there in
they do
city
media
for an hour. Yeah, maybe, but some of them don't. Some of them just hop in,
get out,
do a spiel, get out. Right?
Yeah,
that's probably what The Rock did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It was a lot of fun, and I really wish this wasn't the first time. I wish this was like I could have gone a lot sooner had I shown any interest, but I may do it again. This is a lot of fun, and a lot more positive, I would say, than I guess the overall news that was made out of it. But yeah, a lot of great stuff, a lot of wonderful memories. They even had a booth, I don't know if you saw it, for El Chapulín Colorado, which is one of the Mexican TV shows from Chespirito, the comedian, who also did El Chavo del Ocho, just randomly on there. Like, there's a lot of fandoms on display, left and right, and that was just kind of like,
it's neat.
Yeah, everybody has like their own thing going on, and yeah, again, endless art. That I wish I could own, but unfortunately that can't be that it can't be the case. You
can't own every piece of art ever.
I'm not Disney. I can't own everything. But yeah, that was cool. Anywho, shall we go ahead and get into all the stuff that happened? And there may be some things that I missed, so I guess it's a general overview. We're going to get into the individual things, but my sense of things, Peter, is as far as like excitement of the announcements that were made are concerned, seems to be pretty tame considering years past. There really wasn't so much out there that I feel, realistically speaking, elicited much excitement. I mean overall. I don't mean the individual things. It's just like the overall convention.
I think a lot of people liked it. For me, it was, I don't know, what's the word? If everyone, it was okay. There was a few things I was like, "Ooh, okay, cool, neat." But I wasn't like, "Whoa," not like the Comic-Cons of yesteryear, where it's like, "Oh my god," losing your shit.
Yeah,
I was never losing my shit. There was definitely a lot there, but
can I ask, do you have memories of examples from Comic-Cons of past that did make you to go like, whoa, and you were losing your shit?
Yeah. I don't remember them, but yeah.
Yeah, basically.
I think the biggest one ever, but it wasn't at Comic-Con. It was when Marvel announced Phase 3.
Right, that wasn't a Comic-Con thing. That was their own thing.
That wasn't Comic-Con. But
that was a big event. Yes.
That was insane how huge it was. Because they legit announced like 10 movies.
Yeah, I think that, and yeah, I mean,
it was all of Phase.
At that point, it seemed 10 movies was a lot. Well,
yeah,
in those days, but I believe that was 2014, after the release of Winter Soldier and Guardians, I believe.
Yeah, but that's when like they brought out Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther. And
yeah,
they showed like concept art. They announced Civil War.
Yeah,
they did it in a cheeky way. And then they had like a little scissor reel, like Infinity War
Part 1 and Part 2.
Part 2. And I was like, it was just the best.
I don't think anything has ever topped that for me.
No, nothing. But that wasn't Comic-Con, but it was basically,
Yeah.
That was incredible, yeah.
So, all right, well, let's go ahead and get into this individual stuff that I at least took notice of. Avatar Studios, which if you recall, we reported about a year and a half ago, is its own movie studio, and they're going to be releasing animated films in theaters, surprisingly. At least I know that theatrical plays were part of the equation when this was first announced, but I feel everybody just assumed for the most part this would go straight to Paramount Plus, because it was, a Nickelodeon Viacom property, which of course is now, been renamed Paramount. But no, it's going to be a theatrical play, and it also goes against what was previously announced. So, the first theatrical film that was supposed to come out was a Kyoshi, an Avatar Kyoshi movie. And I'm sure some small part of Alexis is crying right now. Because, of course, there's no bigger fan of Avatar Kyoshi than Alexis. And that's now not going to happen. At least, I think that movie will still happen. It's just not going to be the first one. And what they announced was that the first movie from Avatar Studios playing in theaters, I want to say 2024. I think it's 2024. Would be about grown-up, older versions of Team Avatar. Now, I want to say something.
Denied.
I have very mixed feelings about this. Because I feel like even though I know that Konietzko and DiMartino are amazing in this world, and I will see just about anything they do. And I also know this is by no means them saying this. It just feels like this kind of, even though, and of course we knew this was coming one way or the other. So on that point, it was kind of like inevitable. Not that I am opposed to it. I will see it and I'm excited for it. It just makes me sad for Korra because The Legend of Korra, I feel, is such an incredible show. Season 2 notwithstanding, obviously, but I feel like, it really, really like rallied in 3 and 4. And I feel definitely left a legacy, that was pretty great in exploring this world with new characters and new stories. And I lament the fact that show got so crapped on at the time, and I would even say to an extent today, for being looked on as inferior to The Last Airbender in every way imaginable. And also just like a missed opportunity, because ultimately what people kept saying they wanted was not, in many ways, Legend of Korra may have been like the precursor to a lot of the crap we're seeing from like the, alt-right people who bitch about Brie Larson and anything female-led, Miss Marvel, whatever, because Korra got that in full force. But a lot of what people were saying they really wanted to see was basically this movie, which was adult versions of these characters. So I want to, make sure that history isn't forgotten, to also extend my go fuck yourselves to those assholes at the time and at this day who feel that way. So that's why I'm just mixed on this. That's what I think about. But I mean, I'll see it.
Yeah, for sure. I'll see it. Yeah, I don't know.
There wasn't more detail that was announced. It was just, it's a movie that's about Team Avatar and they're older now. That's it.
Sure. I mean, I'm almost down for like the next Avatar after Korra.
I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
I'm ready now. I'll take that now, please.
Yeah.
I don't need to go back to them, because I feel like that also speaks to how good Korra just moved on from them and did their own thing. They didn't need to say
because they announced like 3 movies. I think one of them was going to be Korra too.
Yeah, I think so, but it's hard to recall.
Yeah.
Which ones they were.
I know one was Kyoshi, one was, I don't remember. But then the last one I remember was a Korra movie. Mm-hmm. And then they said, okay, the first one is no longer Kyoshi. It's going to be a Avatar adult. I mean,
I'll say this. Even though I don't think the finale, so to speak, of The Legend of Korra is as good as The Last Airbender. Because I feel like The Last Airbender, there was such a sense of finality to it. I feel from a thematic standpoint, it's there with Korra. But I don't think it would be that much of a stretch to just do a season 5 of Korra. It didn't need to take place picking up where they left off. It could take place in the future or something. Maybe that's what that Korra movie is. Who knows? But there could be more stories told with Korra.
I've noticed the creators, they just like telling stories after the fact now, right? Because they went back and they have several
There's a lot of comic books of the Airbender team, the Team Avatar.
Of a few years after. The Search and, all that. And they even, I think, started doing that with Korra. I think there's a few Korra comics out there too. So what I assume is like whatever new comic idea they might have had for like, here's a new idea for Korra, or here's a new Team Avatar one. Instead of doing the comic, they're just going to do the movie. That's why I feel like it's probably going to be something like that.
Anyway, I mean, it's great to see that this world is getting a lot of more exploration.
Yeah.
It's been a while, actually. When did Korra go off the air? A long time ago at this point.
Long time ago, yeah. They really fucked with Korra.
Yeah. If you want to know more about that, back in 2020, our team did quite an extensive deep dive into the legacy of The Legend of Korra and our thoughts on it. So those episodes are available on this feed right now. Anywho, now for the stuff that Peter absolutely does not care about, but will absolutely be there with me in theaters when it comes out on August, I believe, 17th. I think that's when the date was. Dragon Ball Superhero. Yeah. Again.
You mean Julio?
Yeah. Again, keep in mind, there are like 25 movies and only like 2 of them count. Just keep that in mind, of course. From a canon standpoint. And of course, like 3 whole TV shows. Well, technically 4, but we don't count the 4th one. Anywho, bless you. Again, we're powering through here. Peter's not feeling well, but we're powering through. That's another.
Okay.
Or maybe he's just allergic to Dragon Ball.
I'm allergic to anime.
Basically. So they had a trailer out for a Dragon Ball Superhero. And you know what's interesting about this one is that this is their first deep dive in this franchise with like 3D animation. And I have to say off the bat, without question, the least jarring, maybe in the history of anything ever, transition from 2D to 3D. Because it just looks so good from just period. And then also from a design standpoint, really works for it. And what's also just making me so hopeful about the film is that it is based on 2 characters who, you know, have been sidelined in recent projects for, I believe, the most part. You know, the main characters of this franchise, for those who are not aware of, I mean, you know, it's Goku and Vegeta. Those are the 2 main guys that you see everywhere and all over the place. So it's nice to see that this universe is kind of like finally through, considering how much media they've already released in like, again, so since like the late 1980s through mangas and then of course the animes and the movies and everything, finally they're allowing themselves to tell stories that's not entirely just about Goku as the main character and stuff like that. Now we're getting to other characters who, and by the way, this cast has a deep bench of characters who quite literally have been benched for a long time. And it's just so nice to see that particularly with Gohan and Piccolo, they get the focus here. You know, it's interesting with Gohan because he has long since been seen as, in some ways, a poster boy for character assassination. Because back in I want to say the late 1990s, and the creator of this series, Akira Toriyama, was like finalizing his trajectory for the original ending of Z. Fans were complaining about something here and there that Goku would be killed off. Because they originally did kill off Goku in Z, but they brought him back because Toriyama was like, okay, you guys want him back? We'll bring him back. Even though the whole trajectory of the series was building toward his son being his successor. And that he had this hidden power and it was teased all the way throughout. I would say, though, in the end, I don't feel as passionately as those people do in terms of like how they like ruined Gohan. I think a lot of them, in some ways, feel like their character was turned from the definition of badass into a silly guy who is kind of a big nerd and like is a professor and a scholar and doesn't really like to fight all that much. And so isn't really seen as a main fighter, which of course this is like show and jump. This is like, this particular genre is like mainly about fighting and everything. So it took a turn that people didn't really care for. In my view, I feel people have been rather vicious about that. But maybe this will turn it around. So that's that with Dragon Ball and everything. Now with DC. Were they really there? Because, boy, I couldn't tell you if they were there or not. They were the first big panel of the day at 9 a.m., I believe, on Saturday. No one's talking about anything. Well, and to be fair, they didn't really bring much besides 2 trailers.
It wasn't really a DC showcase. It was a Shazam and Black Adam showcase.
And also, for the first time and maybe ever, DC Comics, or I guess the DC film division, whatever, they had no booth. They had no presence on the convention floor.
I'm sorry, they could have threw something together.
They could have. I was looking forward to announcements for upcoming projects. I am, with the opposite of Marvel with DC, I am looking forward to what they have to announce. There's so much potential left and right, but where was that?
They could have had a sizzle reel for Batgirl. They could have had another trailer for The Flash.
They could have, I don't know, dropped the premiere of Harley Quinn season 3, to get some buzz going for it.
Drop the first episode.
Yeah.
Play it in Hall H. Get the blood going. Yeah, I know.
It just felt sad that that's really all that they felt that they could come and show.
And you know what sucks too is what they did show, I really liked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw the trailers.
I saw the trailers, not the day of because I was so busy, but I went back and saw all of the trailers. And the Shazam trailer reminds me of why I really like Shazam. And it also looks like a better movie here. And it was hilarious. And all of it worked. And Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu looked amazing. Zachary Levi is great, of course. It also is just, man, with properties like that and Stranger Things that are so like kid oriented, man, they need to make these things faster because those kids grow up too fast.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's I heard that's kind of the theme of the movie. Like Billy's growing up and that scares him.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Oh, it's nice. They have a theme. That's novel.
It's a movie.
How novel of them.
Yes. It was funny. The Fast and Furious joke that got me.
Yeah.
It's all about family. It looks heartfelt. It looks fun. It's like, this to me when I saw that trailer, it's like this is why I watch superhero movies. Like, this is good. It's nice.
That's what we like Shazam, the movie in period. In general,
for sure. And I don't know. It's weird. I feel like they show a lot, but like next to nothing for Black Adam.
I mean, he was out there in costume, from what I understand. He's a showman, of course, so they made a big thing of it. And there was a new trailer for Black Adam.
But I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest. What I do see of Black Adam, like the action stuff and like the other characters, it looks cool. It looks well done visually and all of that. It does look good. Dr. Fate. I like how the Dr. Fate looks.
Did you like that first trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. And you like this new one?
It's just like, I guess for me, it's like, I just don't know much of like what the movie's about.
Uh-huh.
Because they keep talking about like, you can save the world or destroy it. And it's like, okay, well, but what's the movie about, right?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like introductory trailers to who Black Adam is. Mm-hmm. Which I get, right? Especially with the first one. But it's like, now we need a trailer that's like, well, what is the movie about? Right? But I mean, overall, just like on a spectacle level, I think it looks good.
That's funny.
I think it looks fun.
I can't bring myself to care, I'm being honest with you.
I can get that.
The trailers have done nothing for me.
Sure.
And I've even, when last time I was watching a movie with with Kyle, and the trailer came on, and I'm like, I don't care about this. I'm sorry. Like I don't know what it is about. Maybe it's The Rock that just turns me off at this point. I don't know if that's what it is, but it's just it doesn't feel. It's just not grabbing my interest in the least.
Well, I think that's the issue, right? Like there's not like a hook.
No, not really at all.
Like, what's it about? Like yeah. what's going on, right? And I think a lot of them think, well, the hook is The Rock. I think that's the way they're selling the movie, and it's like, okay, sure, but you also got to tell me what this movie's about, you know? Mm-hmm. You got to get a little bit into it, because it's like, talk about his backstory. Okay, that's interesting. You have like this Justice Society team, and they're like your old-fashioned superheroes, but he comes in and he's like, I murder people, blah 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 blah. Like, okay, but like, what's the conflict? Like, what's going on here? From what I have seen, again, from like a visceral standpoint, I'm like, yeah, looks good, but I need to see more. As far, and when I say more, I don't mean like CGI or action scenes. I need to be like, what is this about? Mm-hmm.
Well, we know Black Adam's coming out in October, so it's not that far off to see it. Now, I did not remember this, but are they really planning to release Shazam at Christmas time this year?
Yes, they are fucking that movie over. Completely.
They already did the first time around and miraculously resulted in a sequel. Mm-hmm. It's so, like, Shazam was opening after Captain Marvel, which everybody was seeing because they assumed it was going to like be relevant to Endgame. It was not, but it made $1 billion no matter what. Then Endgame happened, and then Shazam Who was basically how it was. And so you're telling me that Shazam is going to come out in theaters at the same time as Avatar 2, The Way of Water?
Sequel to the biggest movie ever?
Like, what? What? I really, look, Warner Brothers just makes some really, like, head-scratching choices sometimes. Like, that's not gonna... Yeah, well, I guess if you're a fan of Shazam, enjoy it while you can, because this doesn't do good.
I will say, though, I mean, Black Adam is technically the main villain of Shazam. Mm-hmm. The costumes are even the same. Like, that's the whole point.
How is he a villain if the movie is he gonna be a super? Okay.
You can argue he's a bit of an anti-hero. Yeah, blah 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 blah.
Those seem to be trendy these days. Yeah.
But I guess my thing is, like, you could have, like, for a third film, instead of it being Shazam 3, like Shazam or Black Adam versus Shazam or something. It's like naming a movie Batman versus the Joker or something like that. Mm-hmm. Which is like, you usually just call it Batman, but I guess when your main villain is played by The Rock, they get their name on they get their own movie and their name on the verses. Like, yeah.
So now, I'm just really curious about, like, all the stuff that was left unsaid. Because there are a number of projects that have already been announced, but as far as I can tell, there's just been no movement, and they clearly have no interest in, like, telling us, because, okay, I mean, you could have given us more about Harley Quinn Season 3, but I get you. I mean, it's coming out already, like, this week. They're going to drop the first 3 episodes on HBO Max. Okay, all right. Well, what about Doom Patrol? Is that not coming back? I thought it was supposed to come back. People love that show. Okay, well, what about anything new with the James Gunn stuff that, he's been teasing with The Thinker, or the rumor that he's working on a Harley Quinn project? I mean, that would have been sensational to announce.
He was already there, actually showing shit for Marvel.
Literally. I mean, it was... Or Peacemaker Season 2. You could have given us anything, or the announcement, or not announcement, but just, like, any details about Peacemaker Season 2, You could have, like, told us... anything Batman related? Matt Reeves Batman casting announcements, or even the show he's working on for HBO Max with, anything about that? Or you could have given us more information about literally the Batgirl movie that's coming on HBO Max, or the new Batman and Superman animated series, again also coming to HBO Max, again also previously that were announced. Anything on Aquaman 2? Like, at all? Anything as the movement is concerned about Wonder Woman 3? Like, I know you don't want to discuss Flash for obvious reasons. I get you. And I wouldn't want to talk about it either. And you didn't have to. There was a whole bunch of other stuff going on that we already know about. What's happening?
On one hand, you say you don't have to, but on the other hand, it's like a $200 million movie. You have to talk about it.
Well, yes. Not right now, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you can still... You still have time to make up your mind what you want to do. Well, all at the same time, there are other projects happening.
I guess my point is that movie's getting released. And you can't recast. Like, I would just bite the bullet by now and just ignore it. And just start promoting the movie.
I mean, they have been ignoring it. They already are ignoring it.
I know, but it's like when people... I don't know what they think they're going to do. Like, maybe, like, attach someone else's face.
The other options are reshoot it completely. That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. That's the thing.
Or put it on the shelf. And then
but
what?
That's not going to happen. It costs too much money.
Exactly. And it was also very important for their quote-unquote universe moving forward.
Yes. So it's like...
And it was also good. At least it tested very well.
That's funny. I don't think there's ever been a situation like this before.
No. Not when it's the main character of a movie of this scale.
That's so funny. I mean, I guess it's sad, but it's more funny.
Or any, you could have announced... Look, I mean... I know that Zaslav just got in, but HBO Max, why aren't you using that? I know the CW is moving away from those shows because I think they're trying to sell the CW, and all their DC shows have been canceled or are going to be canceled. Okay, well remember, the CW shows used to be king at Comic-Con. Are you really not going to have any more shows on HBO Max?
Done. They're done.
No, not on CW. I mean, on HBO Max. Start promoting HBO Max. Start getting DC content on HBO Max. What's going on?
What's up with that Penguin show that they need to get their ass into gear and start moving on a lot of these things that we know have already been announced.
It's frustrating because go ahead.
All you would need is Matt Reeves to be like, Batman 2 announced. Yeah. That's it. You don't need to show anything. Just have him just be like, Batman 2 is announced.
That's all Marvel does anyway. It's just gets the stars in and announce shit. Yeah. And then it gets changed anyways.
It gets completely changed, but people don't care because they're already hyped, right? Yeah.
Have the cast of Peacemaker, rally for season 2, a panel or something. So much you have going on. And so much that honestly, if they weren't announced, I'm looking forward to so many of their projects. Hell, even have something I know I'm not looking forward to this, but I mean, there's also the Joker movie happening with Lady Gaga and the musical thing. There's
That's very funny. Do it for society.
Yeah, absolutely. But with DC, I can point to a number of things that I think are electric and are worth getting excited for. Peacemaker, Harley Quinn. Anything with James Gunn involved, anything with Matt Reeves involved, even Aquaman 2. And it's not even that hard. I mean, you could also even do the Disney Plus route and revive beloved animated series. Just revive the Justice League animated series. Keep going with Young Justice. Bring back Teen Titans, the original Teen Titans that was, ended rather abruptly and nothing was resolved. Those are gimmies. Those would be great hits on streaming. What are you doing? Bring back DC animated films and promote them on your HBO Max service. There's so many things you could do.
Well, remember there was that animated Batman show.
Yeah.
Produced by J.J. Abrams.
Mm-hmm. The Cape Crusader.
It's insane how much money has been put in the hands of J.J. Abrams.
And it never gets
and
anywhere.
He just produces nothing. Nothing. What does he do all day?
I don't know. Was JJ really producing that show?
Yep.
Wow.
But remember, was it WB? Someone gave... Yeah, WB.
Yeah.
They bought him.
Yeah.
And his company. I don't know if they bought him directly. But
at one point he was supposed to produce the Shining series, and he's not doing that anymore.
But they paid him like so much money to like develop all these things that I saw his name was attached to this. Crickets. Nothing.
It's just so frustrating that year after year, it's been a decade at this point. Like, when is it gonna be time for DC to have their day? You know, like, how long is it honestly gonna take for them to like get back?
It sucks because like they kind of are, right? Like, in
a way, but no one can feel it because they don't act like it sometimes.
Yeah.
Like moments like these, they should have like dropped the gauntlet and like brought their stars and like, hey, we're here and we have all this amazing content.
I mean, their last two movies were The Suicide Squad
and The Batman.
Their Joker film won an Oscar.
And made $1 billion.
It made $1 billion. Like, I don't know. Like, they're winning in a lot of ways.
Aquaman made $1 billion.
Aquaman 2 is where's Aquaman 2? Damn. They need a... But that's the thing. You know what I think fucked everything up? They were counting on
The Flash
to be the turning point. Like, this is where we could just boom, just kick off running. And then, of course, it's like they're cursed. And now I think they're frozen scared and they don't know what to do. Because they have zero good options. They can't shelve the movie. They can't reshoot it. What do you do? And that's kind of where they're at right now.
So you're telling me that the wake of destruction in Ezra Miller's way has now not just extended to his own film, but is now single-handedly dragging down the future of the DC Films franchise.
I just remembered something, and you're gonna love this. Apparently, what was being set up at the end of Flash, because of course, the whole thing is, go through time, multiverse, fucks it up. It was going to lead to a Crisis on Infinite Earths style movie.
Right.
Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Isn't that Secret Wars? Basically, right? Like, because I know that the CW shows did that with their crossover events, but like, as soon as you said it, it was like, oh, Secret Wars. And again, this long-standing like copying of each other of the Disney and Marvel comics is so like... Really, they were so shameless in those days, weren't they? They just literally copy each other's storylines and characters and just put a different name on it. Wow. But, like, really, DC was already going to go for that?
I think that's what was being set up at the end of The Flash, yeah.
That's so funny.
And then, of course... Marvel beats him to the punch. Again.
Man, it's genuinely upsetting and frustrating because like DC's had a lot of great stuff, man. Not just the Batman, not just the Suicide Squad, but Peacemaker was great, Harley Quinn is great, and there's a lot to look forward to. It's just...
It's a rumor I heard. I don't know if it could be completely made up, complete lie.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard it, I was like, I'd watch that movie. And it was going to be a Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy movie.
But that's the project that I believe was also rumored to have James Gunn involved in.
Yes.
That's the one I was pointing to. Why couldn't they have announced that? You know what's funny?
I'm into it. I'm so into it.
I'm into it because you know how good it's represented in the animated series. James Gunn with a Margot Robbie, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy project. Wow. I mean, I honestly think that's the definition of wow. But you know what's funny though? Remember years ago, I think this was like 2016, 2015. This is the opposite was true. It was that DC was announcing too many projects that went nowhere.
There was the Joker movie.
There was yeah.
The Harley Quinn movie.
Uh-huh.
The Joker versus Harley Quinn movie.
Yes. And then Gotham City Sirens, which then later became Birds of Prey.
Yes. Which is basically the Harley Quinn movie.
Yeah.
There was like 5 separate things that they had.
Remember they announced that all in one day, 4 of which all featured Harley Quinn.
Mm-hmm. That's so funny. I love it.
They also said that Ben Affleck would star in The Batman.
Yeah,
I think also in that Comic-Con.
That's,
that's a whole other thing.
But now he's married J-Lo and lives life on a yacht. So who really won?
I think he did at the end of the day. But yeah, it's just... Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's like... Look, like... Yeah... Their main stars are in such a state of limbo. Like... Ben Affleck is... Obviously, he took off a while back. I guess Henry Cavill's never coming back. That last movie really damaged the Wonder Woman series and Gal Gadot, and I guess just like no excitement for it. Ezra Miller is Ezra Miller, so like the only one like that's left standing, and of course there's the whole Ray Fisher thing, which that he's never coming back. So it's like out of all of that group, the only person still like that elicits genuine excitement for their projects and like contributes to the overall, I guess, universe is Jason Momoa.
Yeah. I think that's why they're trying so hard to just like, because I think for so long they tried to be like, well, let's just start from a lot of what we've already done, pick what we like and keep moving. But it just keeps blowing up in their face.
Right?
They tried to stay with Ezra Miller and it's like blew up, They tried to stay with Ben Affleck Batman, blew up. I don't know what's going on with Henry Cavill.
Well, Jared Leto blew up.
Yeah.
The Joker, anyway. Yeah.
But with Henry Cavill, there must be something wrong with him because I don't know. Like, I don't know what the issue would be. Like, just do it, Like, he doesn't have any... He wants to do it. He has said he wants to do it. He doesn't have any controversies or anything like that.
No, not at all.
What's the holdup? What's the issue? Superman, biggest superhero in the world. Like,
it can't be the Snyder stink.
No, it can't, because they were willing to work with any Snyder character that, they could moving forward. Oh, and I completely forgot. Like, yeah, Jason Momoa is cool, but fucking, what's her name?
Gal Gadot.
No. His queen.
Amber Heard.
Amber Heard.
Forgot about that. Amber Heard also.
Yeah. It's like, fuck, dude. Insane.
It keeps blowing up in their face repeatedly, and I don't understand why that happens to be the case. And we're next year would be the 10th anniversary of Man of Steel. Also, do you feel it would have just been better off if, like, post 2017 Justice League, they just like just rip the Band-Aid and just do a complete reboot at this point?
I think, but it's so hard to tell how down the drain it was going to be, right?
Mm-hmm. Because you were at that point, Aquaman was already shooting. You can't like stop that.
You're already going, right? And again, what did they try to do? They tried to course correct through Justice League. Fucked it, and then everything else, I can see the steps that they took, but like overall, with the biggest issue is you don't give Zack Snyder the keys to an entire universe.
No,
that was their biggest issue. Like, I know a lot of people attack, like, let Snyder have his vision. That was the problem, that they let Snyder have his vision.
Yeah.
They gave him free reign in Man of Steel, and they gave him free reign in Batman v Superman. And that's why those movies turned out that way. And then they realized, oh, fuck, maybe this isn't the guy we should hand the entire keys to the castle to. And then by then, it was too late. It was already moving in one direction. So, honestly, if they were to fix anything, don't give your Superman movie to Zack Snyder.
Isn't that a pretty damning indictment on the legacy of Zack Snyder's DC films? Like, just the wake of like devastation they have ushered in at that studio.
He'll always have his fans, right? So,
well, who cares? I'm not asking about his fans. I'm just like,
but I'm saying they'll keep that because to me, like, it's such whiplash, right? Because I almost feel like I've been gaslit by his fans into going like, well, no, BVS was a bad film. Like, what the fuck? Like I'm almost gaslit into like, oh no, it was viewed as good, but it wasn't. Like, no one thinks it's good because it's not. And the 3.5 4 hour cut doesn't make it better.
I feel like the nicest thing I can say about those movies is that they were entirely his vision. And on a certain level, I can respect that, as a creator, for him to like be able to use those dollars to, I guess, execute that, shall we say? But I guess it's also in the word I just used. I feel like, even though, of course, the Star Wars prequels in this day and age have been rehabilitated into a different like narrative, I would say that the level of execution of Zack Snyder's DC films are on the caliber of calamity in terms of execution that the Star Wars prequels were, if not worse. I honestly feel that, yes, we can argue all day long about the merit of like Zack Snyder's artistry that's represented in like the visual style of the films, sure. But as far as like the execution is concerned, they are some of the most incoherent and incompetent films ever released by a major studio.
And also, they're just not like... They're not the right directions for these characters, right?
That's always also strange as well, as that a key component of those films, in my view, just failing to connect with the masses is that they were in character and in name only.
Yeah. It's psycho murderous Batman, uncaring, selfish Superman. Wonder Woman's hot, like that's her character. I guess that's why everyone liked her in the BVS. Put a bullet in Jimmy Olsen's head.
That was really offensive. I didn't realize that was Jimmy Olsen until I saw a review.
No
of it,
one
and I was
knew.
Like, wow.
But it's really telling that like Zack Snyder felt like he wasn't gonna need this character.
Right.
Like that was I don't know, there was just a lack of like interest in the human characters, except for, of course, Lois Lane, who got like the worst shit ever. Her entire thing is she needs to find out who's this bullet from, and it's like, we know it's Lex Luthor.
No, but I mean, the best thing I could say is that Man of Steel was whatever to.
I mean, I didn't like it when I saw it.
Whatever to
in
boring.
Theaters.
And
I was one of those people that are like,
yeah,
this is gross. Like, I don't know. Like,
I mean,
it did
is.
feel like 9/11, and then Superman just like, you know, like,
wow,
just no acknowledgement of like the devastation and stuff. It's just weird, especially for the Superman.
And at that time, especially because we're in 2013, that must have come off immediately off the heels of the Avengers, which, you know, the third act is a big, like, it's sequenced. It
destroys the city, but guess what? The entire time they're working to save people, because that's what heroes do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, there's like one scene at the end where he's sat, like, I'm not even against him snapping Zod's neck, but it's like, it just comes off as like, okay, like, I don't know, like, it's weird.
Yeah, it's just, again, like, Superman is and has been in this precarious state as Green Lantern is with, you know, the studios. Like, they're in static mode. Like, there's just no movement on these characters. Either if you can't get Henry Cavill on, then move on. And I know there's this new project with
that's the thing, though. Like, that female Supergirl,
mm-hmm.
from what I heard, Batgirl, that movie, is going to be this movie universes. That's going to be the Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Batgirl. And then the Supergirl, who is meant to be, I think, like Clark Kent and Lois Lane's daughter from like a different universe, whatever. She's gonna become this version Superman. So it's not gonna be Superman and Batman, but it's gonna be Supergirl and Batgirl.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the focus is gonna be.
It's just sad. Go ahead.
They can't do that because they do all that shit through the Flash movie. So that movie's literally holding up all their plans.
It's just sad to see how far, like, Superman has fallen off. Even in the Comic-Con bag that I got, Superman's not in the forefront of the DC characters. It's, like, in the background. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny, like, for however much talk we have about how, like, Kevin Feige has really, like, sidelined the Inhumans, DC just doesn't know, or this seems incapable of, like, what direction to take with literally their superhero. Besides, Superman and Batman are the biggest superheroes, like, bar none. And Superman just can't get traction. And I don't qualify Batman v Superman as a Superman movie. We're now, like, approaching a whole decade since the last Superman movie was released in theaters. And I guess if you're a fan of Superman, the only thing you have is Superman and Lois on the CW, which I imagine will move to HBO Max once they sell CW off to whoever is going to buy them.
Or canceled.
That's also an option. Anyway. That was depressing. I'm sorry. Anyway. Moving on to more depression. Marvel. Okay, we're going to qualify it in two different categories. There was the Hall H presentation, then also the animated presentation, which was the day before. So this is what happened. So there were 4 animated series that Marvel was spending their time on, and that was the second season of What If. Also their spin-off, Marvel Zombies. Then the revival of X-Men called X-Men 97, and then, of course, Spider-Man freshman year. I have to be honest with you. I feel it's really, really impressive. I'm really impressed overall with how Marvel was... the levels of which Marvel was able to make me not care all weekend long. In, like, so many of the things they announced / and were talking about. I can't speak to the original 97 X-Men series. I never saw it. It missed me completely, but I know it's beloved. On principle, I'm happy that the creators and writers were asked to come back, and it's already been renewed for a second season, and it's going. And I feel that model can be replicated with other series of equivalent fame or more that were left unresolved, such as Teen Titans, as I mentioned before, the original Teen Titans. And that very easily could be brought back since they own all the rights. Anywho, I don't necessarily... Look, if this is an isolated thing, and if this is allowed to just continue on as is, I don't see an issue with it. It doesn't particularly excite me, but I'm happy for people that were fans of that original iteration. However, you said something to me that I can't get out of my head. At this point, considering what Marvel does, how does it not, in some way, whether it be shoved in or what have you, tie in to whatever is happening with the movies?
I feel it has to, right? Like, otherwise, why, you know?
Yeah.
Especially because any mention of the X-Men, what's his name in the movies, he's sure to shove in the animated theme.
It's happened twice now.
I don't think that's like
an accident
or an accident.
It feels like on some level it's teasing us to that show. That's why I've always had that in the back of my mind. Of course, the theme song had already played 2 times. Once when, Professor X makes his entrance in Multiverse of Madness, and then also in Miss Marvel, when the maddening decision to make her into a mutant was unveiled.
Yeah. So, I don't know how he's going to do it, but I really do feel there's got to be some connection between the animated show and whatever he's planning live action X-Men.
Yeah, I mean, as far as ideas go, it's not terrible, but I'm just don't care. That's kind of where I'm at. And then the other, the other thing would happen to be, what if? Okay. What if, as an animated series, was by no means garbage? That doesn't mean it was great or even good. I think for most of its episodes, it was fine. It wasn't offensive, I guess you could say. But it was very by the numbers, and it was aggressively mediocre in that it couldn't even go all the way with its multiverse gimmick. Like, all of the what ifs, quote unquote, episodes were just like variations, like small minor variations of what already exists in the MCU. So it was rather underwhelming, not terribly impressive, and I don't particularly feel warranted a second season, but here we are. And even the things that were teased about, like, hey, guess what? Our Captain Carter would have kicked Wanda's ass. No, she wouldn't. And then they were saying, like, we have, like, so many wonderful episodes. Like, what if Odin had a fight with the Mandarin? And I'm like, yeah, don't care. Not in the slightest. Why is this exciting? Why is this being made? Like,
yeah.
What is this? I'm just so... Honestly, this makes me angry because I don't see anything worth putting money into it. It just seems like a waste of space.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree. I still haven't finished the first season, and I don't know. I don't care. It's fine. It's whatever. It's feels more like which should be like a small YouTube series.
Yeah. Like Forces of Destiny was. Oh, that was better, I would say.
Basically that. I mean, Forces of Destiny was kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I watched all of those. I haven't watched all of What If. So
Yeah, don't you just feel the excitement reverberating out of this podcast with these projects? Well, let's see if we can top that with Marvel Zombies. Man, again, I mentioned at the top, I'm continuously impressed at the levels of which I'm unimpressed and also kind of offended with their projects, because I already just, crapped all over the idea of What If and how horribly, misused its concept was in terms of execution. And that, a second season was already, bad enough. But you know what's even worse? They went ahead and did a whole fucking spin-off of What If, based on one of its most mediocre outings. And that was the episode in which there was a zombie apocalypse. And there we have Marvel Zombies. I honestly, I don't know what it is, Peter. Maybe you can put it into words. But just the whole notion of a project out there existing about what if there was a zombie apocalypse in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? I don't know. It just comes off as so insultingly lazy to me.
I think it's fine for a cute one-off.
Which it was in What If Season 1.
But
it was fine, yeah, when that happened. But this? A whole show?
What are you gonna do? I guess it's just a bunch of Marvel Z-listers fighting zombies every episode. Okay. I guess. I don't care.
I would say what is particularly enraging about this, again, on top of all the other aspects of it, but the idea that this animated show about Marvel Zombies will be the first TVMA that's an equivalent of a R rating project in the MCU. This animated zombie show is going to be the first R-rated content out of Marvel Studios. But Moon Knight wasn't. But Blade isn't going to be. But the new Daredevil won't be. But Deadpool 3 won't be either. They won't give the rating to those projects that so desperately would need that rating to live up to its full potential, but they absolutely will for a fucking animated Marvel zombie show.
And the thing is, if you look at what they showed off, it looks like the most kiddie, very cutesy, all the characters were smiling,
But that wasn't what they were going for. They were saying, "Oh, they're gonna bring the gore." What?
Okay.
It makes me so upset. What about all of these other characters that needed this treatment? But you're all, oh my god. Okay. Anyway, also, in this animation block is Spider-Man Freshman Year, which I'm literally so confused about because everyone keeps talking about this show as if it takes place in the MCU, but everything about it clearly doesn't. At least as far as the concept that was released. What I recall when they first announced this show was that this was going to talk about the origin of MCU Peter Parker and getting his powers.
And you know why? 100% that's true. Because it's called Spider-Man Freshman Year, because we meet Spider-Man in his sophomore year.
Mm-hmm.
And he's already been Spider-Man for about a year.
Right.
So the whole point of the show is you watch that freshman year. You watch the whole origin, where he started, when he, slowly started doing his Spider-Man thing, right? And from what I recall, that's what the animated show was supposed to be. And again, I'm not crazy because it's in the title, freshman year. That was the whole point. And now I don't know, Because it's like they replaced the Tony character with
not Flash, with Osborn.
It's like, okay, but like that
doesn't track. That doesn't make any sense. How would Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn already be here?
Well, the Osborns weren't even in the MCU.
No, that's why. They weren't
at all. Oscorp never existed. And
I mean, that alone, I would feel like eliminates this from happening in the MCU.
I guess they just changed their mind. They're like, never mind, just have it be another Spider-Man cartoon. Which, okay.
I could go with that, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, but it also just... I think it also goes back to this idea that we talked a lot about in the last podcast of Marvel just changing their minds left and right. You lose count with the times they do so. Yeah, I don't know what to expect out of this show. I'm not excited, but I guess, again, it's in that category of it could be fine.
I kind of like the art style.
Sure, yeah. If it looks like a classic comic book.
Very, very 60s.
Yes. But again, it resembles nothing of like the MCU Spider-Man.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like at first they were gonna do this like first year story of MCU Spider-Man, and then at some point they're like, fuck it, we'll just do an original Spider-Man cartoon. Which, okay, cool.
Yeah.
There have been some pretty great Spider-Man cartoons in the past.
Yeah.
Same with like Batman and stuff. So it's like, oh, you're doing a new one? Cool. I don't know. I think they probably should have been more clear in everything that they announced. Because I think the only reason more people aren't asking is because more people don't care, right? They're more interested in all the live action shit they've announced and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you were to ask anyone who's in the know of all this stuff, like, oh, like, is it connected to the MCU? And they just be like, I don't know. Because they didn't explicitly come out and say, like, it's no longer... You would think that they would come out and say, like, it's no longer connected to the MCU. Now it's an original thing.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's just... So I don't know. But out of all the animated stuff, this is the one where I could most likely see myself, like, watching it. For sure.
It has the one easily with the most potential.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I love Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. And if you can tell a different Spider-Man story that's not connected, maybe this would be the best thing you do with Spider-Man under the guise of Marvel Studios.
Yeah. I like getting the Osborns back in there. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they had like a wide cast of like kids.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Daredevil was going to be a big part of the show.
But again, he's going to be voiced by Charlie Cox. And it's
but this Peter Parker is not going to be voiced by Tom Holland. Which, by the way, this lends itself to just the mass confusion going on about like what is like where this takes place. But on the whole, I do want to say, I'm in favor of Marvel not aggressively getting their actors to come back and do voice acting, because I feel like one of the things that was rather poor about the What If animated series was just very, very bad voiceover performances.
Yeah, that was one of the worst things. Like, sorry, but yeah. You pay all that extra money for the A+ actors, but they're not voice actors, and it comes off not that great. So.
No, I mean, again, a lot of people like to throw it in people's faces that just because you're a voice actor, looking at you, Ashley Eckstein, doesn't mean you can act on screen. Well, you know what, fucker? Just because you're an actor in a big movie does not mean you have the talent to be a voiceover actor.
Yeah.
It goes both fucking ways.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, we don't talk about that, right? We just... Oh, they're back, and yay, and fuck you.
I will say, I think it's funny how they made Osborn black, because one of the things that people joke about is in the original, like in the comics, the Osborns have like, they're white, but they have like corn rolls. I don't know if you've ever seen like art of like them in the comics, but they have such a very distinct like hairstyle.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so it's like they kept that same hairstyle, but then made them black. So like it fits.
Now it fits where it didn't before.
So I don't know. I thought that I saw some people talking about it, and I thought that was funny.
Anyway, there's that. Let's get on to the main event that Marvel put on at Hall H. Look, let's not mince words here. Peter and I were not particularly enthusiastic, shall we say, when Marvel announced Phase 4. On the whole, I would say he and I are among the people who view Phase 4 far more positively. It's weird because, Peter, like, you and I, like, are at once far more, positive on Phase 4 and than most people, but then at the same time, far more negative on Marvel as a whole.
Yeah.
It's a weird dichotomy.
Right? Yeah. Because people are like, fuck Phase 4. And we're like, hey, Phase 4 is not that bad. But then people are like, oh my god, I adore the MCU. And it's like, I like MCU too, but like, a lot of problems.
A lot of problems. And so what does Kevin Feige does? The first thing he says when this panel happens, Phase 4 is over. Unceremoniously at that. Okay.
I could have seen that a mile away, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why. So, alright, so what was announced? Is happening in Phase 5, as it were. So what's happening in Phase 5 is Ant-Man, Secret Invasion, Guardians 3, Echo, Loki Season 2, The Marvels, Blade, Ironheart, Agatha, Coven of Chaos, Daredevil, Reborn, or Born Again, I'm sorry, Captain America, New World Order, and Thunderbolts. Most of which, by the way, were already announced, and some of which were rumored. So, and then of course he went out of his way to also tease what is coming in Phase 6, although not its entirety. He confirmed that Phase 6 will begin with the Fantastic Four film, and that it would culminate with 2 Avengers movies, Avengers: The Kang Dynasty and Avengers: Wars, both coming in 2025. That's, by the way, I want to save that Avengers stuff for the very end.
Okay, I do want to say, I guarantee you at D23, they're going to announce all the Phase 6 movies.
I feel like that's pretty obvious because in the presentation itself, they left a lot of spots, I think, rather purposefully blank to give people the tease that, oh yeah, when D23 happens in September, we're going to give you the rest of those movies.
Yeah. I think it's like they wanted a hammer drop with like the Avengers movies, and they had already announced Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Although it does feel like they kicked Fantastic Four back quite a ways.
My feeling is they didn't really need to announce Avengers right now. I want to say that they felt that as if they had to.
Yes. I actually just read an interview with Kevin Feige, and he's basically like, well, at the end of each phase, we used to have an Avengers movie that kind of culminated it. And he's like, we're not doing that anymore. And basically he said, like, for you dumb motherfuckers that feel lost, here's the roadmap.
He said it very nicely, but it came out very obvious.
I think it's very obvious. Like that's what it is. So it's like, okay, I get it. I get why he felt he had to announce those
just
movies.
to change the trajectory of this narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So now everyone can talk about, like, they can go back to viewing these movies as TV shows, because at the end they're like, oh, how does this connect to Secret Wars? How does this connect to Kang and the Kang Dynasty? Now that's just going to be talked about endlessly with each film.
Yeah, which we told you a week in advance that was going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, again, no surprise, all but expected. Mm-hmm. Okay, so...
You want to go film by film?
Yes, but before we get into any of that, let's discuss the 2 trailers that have been released.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's also a big thing that ends this 4th phase. So first we have She-Hulk, which is coming, I believe, August 17th on Disney+. She-Hulk will have 9 half-hour episodes, and they released their 2nd trailer. In my view, She-Hulk, the first trailer, was one of the worst things Marvel's ever cut. Look, if you're a fan of the She-Hulk comic, I can understand why you would think, and I think you're right, that it is, as far as tone is concerned, a wonderful adaptation of that comic, sure. I personally found the humor to be weak. I'm not really all that interested in what it has to offer. I think it is done a major disservice with the visual effects. I really can't stop looking at it. I'm just gonna call it it with some moments. And I also I have no reason to expect this to be good because a lot of the other shows have like teased a lot of similar promise in terms of like, oh, it's getting the tone right. Oh, she's breaking the 4th wall, and like it's gonna be faithful, and
they still drop the ball ultimately,
yeah. And then this 2nd trailer, honestly, and no one's described it as such, because of course they wouldn't, and they'd be distracted. But this 2nd trailer had a lot more Mark Ruffalo. It had Wong. It had Blomkamp. It had freaking Daredevil in it. A tease of Daredevil. Mm-hmm. And like, well, that's the whole point of this trailer. It was to remind you assholes to give a shit about this show because it's going to feature MCU characters you care about. Which, again, I'm sure they were nervous by like how, horribly Miss Marvel underperformed. It just came out this week that the Nielsen streaming chart revealed that for the 2nd week in a row, in its 3rd week of broadcast, Miss Marvel failed to come back into the top 10 streaming shows. And so I feel they're using these cameos to get people hopefully interested because, of course, She-Hulk is going to be competing against another Star Wars show, Andor, both coming out at the same day at the same time.
They need to stop doing that.
If you're going to have that concur, just do it on different days. But even then, it's not working out for you. No. But on the whole, I found the She-Hulk material to be weak and uninteresting, and that's me.
I mean, ultimately, I enjoyed it. And again, if I had more faith in Marvel, I'd probably be pretty excited. But knowing just from the rest of the Disney Plus shows, it'll probably be okay. But nothing to get overly excited about. So it's like, It's like, I love the She-Hulk character. I think it's a lot of fun you could have with her as a lawyer. And I do think the cameos are a little bit less egregious because I think that's kind of like baked into what the show is gonna be.
Right.
Where like each episode, it might be like a new case that Jennifer Walters is taking on. Or maybe not each episode, but it's something like that, right? There's multiple cases. And it's like each one, because each time she's representing like a super, right? So obviously you're gonna have quote unquote cameos by super powered individuals. And that's fun, right? That's the way it is in the comic. It's a lot of fun. But like I think the reason why Daredevil shows up is because Matt Murdock is gonna go toe to toe with the She-Hulk in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
That's fun. So, but yeah, overall, I'm not like overly excited, but I don't think I'm as down on it as you are. It's just like, I'll pop it on when it comes on. I don't know. I'm just not overly excited. It's just like, oh, tepid. Like,
yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm so much harder on it now, especially after just being burned by Miss Marvel at the end of it.
The Miss Marvel burn was the worst. Because it went from, like, my favorite shit ever to, like, why Marvel? Why?
It reminds me of, like, the high we were on, especially you, when they first dropped the Rise of Skywalker trailer. And then at the last moment possible, Emperor Palpatine's laugh was cued in. And it's like your excitement, you were on top of the world, and then you just quickly and immediately, like, fell all the way to the bottom.
I forgot what I said. I was like, oh no. Yeah, it was, it's similar to that. So, yeah. The trust isn't there, I guess you would say.
No, it really isn't. Now, let's talk about Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Now, I'm not sure if Peter himself is interested in getting into the leaks that he talked about to me, off air, of course. Mm-hmm. He can if he wants to, but let's just be real. Those leaks were 100% real, and they were confirmed in this trailer.
Mm-hmm. From what I read about the leaks, well, the story doesn't seem all that crazy.
No.
Like, surprise-wise. So,
right.
But just from the story, there's been many times where I come here, it's like, I read the leaks of this movie. Holy shit, I hate it.
This is not one of those times.
No. I read it, and I was like, okay, yeah. No, I see this. I see the movie this can be. And I'm down with it. Yeah.
Especially considering that trailer was very good.
This is a really good trailer.
This is one of the best I've seen in a while from Marvel. A really good trailer. Just like the visuals were great. And I'm talking about a Marvel movie, right? Like the visuals were great. We'll see, however, fingers crossed. We'll see if that sticks at the final release, because we saw with Black Panther 1, a lot of those visuals were like reshot and looked like garbage in the final product.
Dog shit. You know what? I've been thinking about it, and I think Black Panther, VFX wise, might be the worst film of its budget that I've seen in a movie theater. VFX wise. It's like, I think it's unique in its shittiness.
I mean, it was so bad. I don't think it was nominated for visual effects at the Academy Awards.
It was nominated for a lot of other shit too, yeah. Best Picture, Jesus Christ. But no, this movie, it would, and by the way, I mean, it would be a good thing, right, to love the movie, but it would just suck that, like, the Black Panther movie that I end up really liking is the one without T'Challa in it, without Chadwick Boseman in it. That would be heartbreaking.
That thought was just occurring to me as well, because, of course, I don't really love Black Panther in the least for a lot of reasons. So there was no reason for me to give a shit, honestly, about this movie. Then the leaks that you told me about did, pique my interest. And then, of course, that trailer kind of changed the whole game as far as I'm concerned about, like, what I feel about this movie, because I'm just going to say it. That trailer for Wakanda Forever, immediately so much better than the actual Black Panther movie we already have.
Yeah.
It looks like a great movie. And it's weird how the Black Panther movie that would be good would be the one without its main character.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I was like, that kind of made me feel sad. I was like, oh, god damn it, But
there was power behind that trailer, though. It was great.
Really
I was even surprised, like, how much the Queen was in it. What's her name? Angela Bassett. Yeah. She had a great line in that trailer and how she delivered it. It seems as if she's taking over after the passing of her son. And that's a lot for her to carry. She's a main character in this now, an actual main character,
which is awesome. But like visually, I don't know. It looked like a movie, right? like there's shots of them like on the beach and shit, and it looks like they're on the beach.
Yeah.
and like it's like there's a camera and stuff, and then even like the more CG heavy stuff with like Namor underwater and stuff. Oh, it looks really cool. It looks really like the costume design.
Yes.
Oh my god, for like the Atlanteans. Holy shit, so good. Like genuinely like detailed, beautiful, and yeah, the music. I mean, the music was great in the first Black Panther.
It was, yes. The music. I mean, the score and the soundtrack itself was great all the way throughout, and the music in this trailer fitted also perfectly. The Atlanteans themselves, as well as Namor, feel very naturally weaved in here, and like what this teases, like this all-out war between the Wakandans and the Atlanteans, like it looks epic is the word I'm looking for.
War between black people and the Mexicans.
But you know what? It makes me feel really bad for both. Maybe not really bad, but it's kind of funny. I'll say it this way. I don't care either way, but it's really funny how this again, Marvel seems to beat people to the punch, but like as far as like underwater people and battles are concerned, I mean, this almost immediately after this will be Avatar: The Way of Water, and then the next year Aquaman 2.
It's funny because it's like Namor and Atlantis, like boom, Aquaman, but then the underwater people, the Atlanteans, are blue, boom, fucking Avatar.
Avatar is nothing but blue people.
So it's like it's a 1-2 hit for both of them. Ridiculous. They didn't have to do it, but they did it.
It's funny.
It's very funny.
I love it. Yeah.
But like, yeah, visually, really, really good. I was like, wow, like this looks like a movie. Emotion. There's like emotion to it.
Yeah.
Throughout the
entire. A lot of, I assume, more Nakia in this movie, more Lupita Nyong'o.
Yes.
Finally giving her a character. And I get it's sad. I know we don't want to joke about this, but like because of the circumstance, she's not going to be the love interest in this movie. No,
she'll probably get to be a character, which is great.
No, but I mean, I think what worked best about the first movie was just like its strength of its characters. You know, like one of the things that really like dinged Black Panther for me was like how far less interesting T'Challa was in comparison to Shuri or Nakia or Okoye or even his mom. Or there was a lot of interesting things always happening around him in that movie.
M'Baku.
Yes, M'Baku especially. And, you know, through unfortunate circumstances, he's no longer able to be in this. And now everyone else gets to level up. And it's sad to say, but this just looks like a far better movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a better story, too.
Yeah, yes, because I think there's interesting stuff going on with, like, you know, these two nations, right? Like, at war with each other. And it's cool because it's like, again, Wakanda is this very, like, traditional, African cultured, like, advanced nation, and Atlantis is going to be that, like, for like Mayan, like South or South American, like slash Mexican, what do you call it? It's literally Mexican Wakanda, but under the water, and I think that can lead to some really awesome story beats,
right?
Themes, and of course action scenes, right? I saw some neat shit of at the very end of like the Dora Milaje like propelling diving
into the water. Wow!
As the Atlanteans are like climbing up and like coming after him, I was like, okay, this looks neat. It seems like they're teasing a pretty the backstory for Namor. I was like, I'm into this. This looks cool.
Yes. I'm still so shocked the visual was delivered.
Yeah, it delivered so well, and I guess this kind of I think proves to me that like, because Ryan Coogler is a great director.
I love Fruitvale Station. I love Creed.
So it's like when the first Black Panther came out, and I'm like, man, like, what the fuck, you know? And then we had our theories of why it looked the way it did. Big one being Infinity War around the corner and stuff like that.
Like all resources being diverted to the big Avengers films was the theory at the time.
And here it feels like, okay, like he's flexing now. Like now he can kind of make the move. I keep telling you this, right? It's like the first movie, you have the adult supervision, which is Kevin Feige. And if you blow up in a big way, then you get to make the movie you want to make. That's what happened with Taika. That's what happened with James Gunn.
Yep.
That's what happened with I would say the Russos.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like if you prove yourself in that way, then he'll back off and finally let you make a movie.
Basically, that's why we have Guardians Volume 2. That's why we have Thor: Love and Thunder. Mm-hmm. And even to a certain extent with the former 20th Century Fox, they let Ryan Reynolds have more creative reign in Deadpool 2 versus Deadpool 1.
Yeah.
So this happens a lot, and here's hoping that it looks very much as if Feige just got the fuck out of the way with this movie. And maybe he felt like an impetus to do so because he didn't want to add more stress to Coogler after the tragic passing of Chadwick Boseman.
Because I would even say, yeah, especially with like the new Atlantean designs, they just look so unlike anything else in the MCU.
Nothing like it at all. No.
Because even like a lot of the while a lot of the designs for Wakanda are cool and stuff like that, but you can definitely still see like sort of an MCU influence.
Right.
But you know, a lot of stuff with Namor and the people, it's like, oh wow, like I don't know, it's just very unique, very cool. What do you know about Namor?
He's basically Aquaman.
Namor is such an interesting character. He's technically the first Marvel character. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yes. I mean like that was published.
Really? I did not know that.
Yes. It was him. It was him and the what do you call it? The Human Torch. But not the Human Torch from Fantastic Four. Another Human Torch.
You mean Ghost Rider?
No. He was like in there's a what do you call it? An Easter egg to it in the first Captain America movie. He's like an automaton. He's an experiment gone wrong. He's always on fire. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Comics are weird.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But the thing with Namor is he really is, in the comics, he is just as much a hero as he is a villain.
Interesting.
Like, sometimes he's like the villain in a lot of stories. When all the incursions were happening, because Namor was part of the Illuminati, he was the only hero who was like, give me the fucking butt, I'm gonna blow up these other planets. Like, while all the other heroes were having like a crisis of consciousness, he's like, I don't give a shit. Like,
wow,
I exist to protect my people. And then that's why he breaks off from the Illuminati and goes with Thanos and his crew.
Damn.
To start murdering other worlds to protect Earth from incursions. So yeah, and then of course other times he works with the heroes with them. Like he's very much if it suits my interest. Like he's more Magneto than anything, and he's a dick. he's just his personality. He's a dick, but also he has like a big quasi relationship with Sue Storm. For whatever reason, I don't know where it comes from, but like he's got a thing for Sue Storm, and Sue Storm's kind of got a thing for him. And Reed's always like, you motherfucker, like stay away from my wife.
That's funny.
It's funny. But yeah, so he's an interesting character. He's one of I would say the few, not the few, right? Well, yeah, maybe one of the few major Marvel characters where he's genuinely like a gray character. Morally speaking, right? Like his motives always, not his motives, right? His motives always stay the same, but like his acts, because of those motives, can be very righteous and heroic through the reader's eyes, or pretty fucked up. So he's a really interesting character. Yeah. And he's considered like quote unquote the first mutant, because
I heard about that.
If you notice, he's the only one with like regular colored skin.
Yeah,
everyone else is blue. It's because he's half Atlantean, half human. But psych, he wasn't half human, he was half mutant. So half Atlantean, half mutant. Yeah, just some background.
Yeah, but on the whole, this looks pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm hoping it's not just a tease, and then it ends up being what all the other ones are at, because that would be especially disappointing. But I would think either way, it's gonna get amazing reviews. It's gonna make a bunch of money. So I guess the question is whether we'll like it. So I guess we'll see. All right, those were the trailers that were released to the public. There was also a trailer they showed for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 coming out next year in 2023 that was received very well, and people cried, and it was very emotional. And that apparently teases some deaths.
I believe it. Yeah, James Gunn has been teasing deaths for a while.
Yeah. This is the movie I've looked forward to most ever since, well, basically since they did the whole Phase 4, or the announcement of it way back in Comic-Con, I would say, of 2019, or whenever this was first announced. I love the Guardians so much, and personally, it's so aggravating to me how Volume 2 has just kind of been forgotten and doesn't, I feel, get the credit it deserves. I think it's an incredible film, an emotional one at that, and I'm just happy that this is one of the few things that Kevin Feige didn't fuck with. And it seems as if it's going to come to its ultimate conclusion, and I'm here for it.
Me as well. I'm excited.
I mean, there's not much else to say, really, but yeah.
Do you want to run down each movie and just, like, not get it, just one sentence into it or not into it?
Okay. Yeah. So, the next thing is, we have Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is the first film.
Is it directed by Peyton Reed?
Yes.
Not into it.
Not into it whatsoever. My prediction is it will be one of the worst films Marvel ever makes. The whole notion of like Scott Lang, the story is he's a celebrity now and he's estranged from his family. Do not care. I guess there's MODOK in it, okay, and Kang's in it. I already don't like Kang. I don't know if I guess this is controversial, but I didn't care particularly for Jonathan Majors' performance in Loki. I know that there are many versions of Kang, so that may be alleviated in future appearances, but so far, I'm not into the idea, and it kind of turns me off from the whole. I do not care about this movie whatsoever. It just, I think Peyton Reed is one of the most mediocre people working in the business today. And Ant-Man and the Wasp, although I'll say it that most won't, is the worst film that Marvel currently has today out of 29 movies.
Yeah, it's genuinely just boring, unfunny and boring and flat and ugly and just everything wrong with Marvel movies. It was such a nothing film. And
this looks like the same to me, Quantumania. Just a nothing movie. So, no interest whatsoever. Next we have Secret Invasion, which I don't even know what to make of, because
I don't know what this is. Yeah,
I don't know what this is, and they keep not telling us what this is gonna be. They say, "Oh yeah, Nick Fury is in it. You know, Maria Hill's in it. Here's a cool logo. Also, Martin Freeman's character is in it, and I guess we have a cameo of Rhodey." Okay, what is this show? What is this story? Also, you know what wasn't announced at all was the Secret Invasion movie. You've already told us, you communicated to us that this is a Nick Fury show, not the actual Secret Invasion storyline in the comics, but you still call it Secret Invasion. All the while, you're basically reshooting all of this in this 4-month period. What is this?
Yeah, I would say I have no interest, which I don't, but I also, that's almost unfair because I don't even know what it is. So it's like, yeah. I guess all I can say is like, gotta wait for a trailer because I don't know. They're not just, it's literally all I hear is like, Nick Fury's in it. Okay, he's in a lot of shit. Like,
yeah, I'm just genuinely bewildered. Next we have, coming in summer of 2023, Echo. I do not care whatsoever.
You know what sucks? Like, Echo as a character, I don't care.
No.
Like she was so whatever in the
Hawkeye.
In the Hawkeye series, she not deserving. The character itself, not deserving.
Who looks at that? I'm sorry, look, I think the actor did a perfectly fine job with the character. Yeah, for
sure, yeah.
She isn't the problem. Let's be clear about that. Not that I'm insinuating you were saying that, but it's the character. Who looks at that and thinks, oh yeah, we can do a whole show about her? And you know what's more? Let's just make this an even bigger waste of time by getting some writers from, like, Daredevil to be on it.
You got the Daredevil's writers, and then you're gonna put Daredevil in it. You're gonna put
Kingpin
in it, but it revolves around her. Just get rid of her and just make a Daredevil show with these writers. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's one of those where it's like, it feels like they just announce spin-offs just to announce them. The same thing with Agatha.
Next in 2023 is the second season of Loki. And I thought Loki was very good until its last episode. Mm-hmm. I honestly feel that the last episode shit the bed so hard, I don't care anymore.
I guess it's like, I don't... Yeah, I don't know. I liked when it was about Loki, right?
Right.
And they left it, it's like, it's about... what's his name?
It's now a part, well, Kang's in it, and now it's
the multiverse saga.
Yeah, a key component of this multiversal saga.
Mm-hmm.
And that just makes me lose all interest.
You know, you had the Infinity Saga, now it's the multiverse saga, and it's like, I liked it when it was Loki, and it was about Loki, falling in love with Loki, and learning to love Loki. Like, that's cool. I don't know. So, I mean, I guess I'll see, but you know how they say, like, a big indicator of how how you leave people feeling at the end of a movie or at the end of anything leaves a big mark on how people will end up feeling on the whole in the thing. And that's kind of how it was for me with Loki. Like, I love most of it, but that the ending really colored the way I look back on it. So.
Like Game of Thrones, right?
Like, very much like Game of Thrones had some of the best TV ever put to the small screen, but that shit ending just so negatively covers the way people feel about Game of Thrones.
It hurts too much to even think about it.
Yeah.
Because then you just think of that ending. Like, it even, like, it could be good, but it even taints the excitement for House of the Dragon.
Yeah, I saw House of the Dragon. I was like, this isn't bad. Like, okay. But then I remember, like, it all leads. It's a prequel because 1,000 years or so from now, it's going to lead to season 8. And it's just like, fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Next is, in 2023, The Marvels, which...
I'm kind of a little...
Interested in, because for several reasons. I guess we're not going to have Miss Marvel season 2, and I want to see more of Kamala Khan, so there's one for you right there. And then the other thing is Nia DaCosta, and it seems, at least for a little bit, that Nia DaCosta was allowed to have some kind of style on this film, in that there will be, at the very least, an extended sequence that involves it kind of being like a musical. And there are parts where it seems very silly. And you know what? That sounds kind of intriguing.
Yeah. And I do like Brie Larson, and the idea of that she can give Captain Marvel a personality finally in this film.
Yes, a character, really. Character, if you think about it.
Yeah, I'm hoping, right? So it's like the interest is there for me. I'll put it that way. So
that's something. That's a lot more than a lot of these things we've already been talking about are getting. Speaking of, then in 2023 we have, starring Mahershala Ali, Blade. Again, we've no idea who will be in it besides him. We have no idea who's directing this. Wait a minute.
I think they announced a director already.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it speaks to that I don't remember who it is then. Are they not filming this already? They have to be. They have to be filming this, right? Because it's coming out next year.
I have no idea.
I've heard nothing about Blade. But I guess it's coming out next year.
I mean, it's one of those where it's like they kind of have a lot to live up to, right?
I would even say they have too much to live up to, and they won't because we know.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like Spider-Man, right? Where it's like you got to live up to those Sam Raimi films. And it's like with Blade, it's like not only was the first Blade big, but the second was directed by Guillermo del Toro. What's his name? Wesley Snipes was Blade for like a whole generation. So it's like, I don't know. I'll be honest. Like I kind of don't want a Blade movie, but if they just went right into like Midnight Suns, just like a supernatural horror team, that's where I'm like, okay. Especially because you already introduced Moon Knight and stuff. Like, I don't know, just do it. But it's like I will say I'm not excited, but I'm not like against it. Blade.
I'm not against the idea of the film, and I think the actor they got is perfect for the role. I just feel like what inevitably gets what hinders any excitement is the fact that, like Moon Knight, it's already working from a standpoint of being kneecapped.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see.
I guess. Also coming to Disney Plus in 2023, we have Ironheart.
Yeah.
Literally, right?
Maybe I'll feel better after, like, because she's in
Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
Wakanda Forever. If I come out like really loving that character, then I can be like, okay, like I'm in. Okay. But
to me, I just we need to move on from Iron Man. And having another Iron Man in this world, I'm not interested in.
But not only is it another Iron Man, they're also having like that Armor Wars with
Yeah, they didn't talk about that. It's probably happening in Phase 6, I think.
Fuck
with Don Cheadle.
Yeah, with Don Cheadle. So we'll see.
All right. This, by the way, for 2023, if you include the second season of What If, that's 9 projects coming out in 2023.
Insane. It's too much. Regular people can't keep up anymore.
9 fucking projects. Anyway, now moving on to 2024. Now, again, they weren't sure if this was going to come out late 2023 or early 2024. I'm betting it'll be 2024. Agatha, Coven of Chaos. Again, why would they? I thought House of Harkness was a better name for the show. But
I like it better,
yeah, Coven of Chaos. This to me just reeks of the kind of reactionary shit. I'm sorry, but we basically stoned to death the DC executives for back in the mid 2010s for how they would treat
or as you can say, burned at the stake.
Yeah, literally, right? Yeah, because it fits this. Yeah, this has no reason to exist in my eyes. Only because aside from Catherine Hahn was popular, and let's just do something with her now.
Yeah, it comes off like that. Like, this was never part of the plan, but she became very popular, and right away Kim Feige was like, well, let's do something. And it's like, Come on, man. Like, it takes like 5 years to get a sequel for your films now because it's so overloaded. Like, let's not... No offense, let's not waste a slot here. Right? And,
yeah. That being said, it feels like we're wasting several slots with a lot of these projects.
Yeah.
I don't need Blade. I don't need Ironheart. I especially don't need Echo.
I mean,
Ant-Man 3, really?
If we're being real, like with Blade, you really wouldn't need to make a film with him, right? Because like, let's say you are trying to do something with like the supernatural side of Marvel. Mm-hmm. Like, for sure, you have to introduce Moon Knight because no one knows who Moon Knight is. You have to introduce some of these other characters. But Blade is the one character you can kind of have just show up and be like, he's Blade.
And he kind of already did in a post-credit scene.
Yeah. I mean, no one...
And everybody knew who that was.
Well,
yeah. Not at the time, but...
But I'm saying, like, everyone knows who Blade is. He's a vampire hunter. He's cool as shit. He wears leather. And he kills and fights vampires. I'm like, okay, you got it. Like, that's it. So yeah, technically, if there was one character where you wouldn't really need to waste a film or a TV show slot to introduce, it would be Blade. But then, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of this, I don't know, man. It says that Blade 2023 is directed by Bassam Tariq. Who directed Mogul Mowgli with Riz Ahmed. Awesome. He directed a movie called 11816.
Sounds great.
No, he actually did not. I'm sorry, he didn't. I don't even know. And then Ghosts of Sugarland.
Awesome.
And it fits exactly the same kind of director Marvel loves, which is they make a couple of small films no one's really ever seen, no offense to them. And then when they get into this big studio production, Kevin Feige has his way with them.
Yep. Can bully him around. Yeah. I mean, that's what I figured, yeah.
Yeah, basically. That's why we haven't heard about it, right? Or that's why we forgot, because it doesn't matter who the director is at this point.
Kevin Feige is the director.
Yeah. Coming in 2024, we have Daredevil Born Again. First of all, what the fuck is that logo?
Yeah, it's not as fun, right? I really like the original Daredevil.
And isn't that symbolic for what this is going to be?
I don't know how to feel about this. I probably will feel shitty about it after I watch season 3. But, yeah. I mean, I love Daredevil, right? For sure.
We love Daredevil. I mean, I know you and I haven't seen the 3rd season yet, but we had our reasons for not doing so, and it's been lost to time, but we definitely will before this comes back, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. I would say for me, the problem is a couple of things. Similarly with S.H.I.E.L.D., there's no reason for me why you can't just interweave the earlier mythology of those shows into this. But okay, fine. We're not going to operate under, like, it's the same but different, right? It's the same actor, it's going to feel the same. But, like, the previous things that came before, we're not going to really... We're going to be very vague about that. And we may change a couple of things. Okay, fine. That's kind of a minor thing in comparison to the bigger problems that I'm already seeing with this. The big thing for me are those writers. What the fuck was that?
Yeah. Why?
None of the original alumni from those 3 seasons, critically acclaimed, were brought back in here. And again, for a lot of people who keep saying, yeah, but they're going to bring back the action scene. No, they're not. The choreographers are not going to be brought back for this. It's the same Marvel unit that produces the same schlock. It does
everything else, yeah. And that's the thing that I'm worried about. It's like, yeah, I want to see more Daredevil. But if the whole time I'm watching the show, all I can think about is like, man, what a downgrade from the previous iteration. With the same cast and all that, and it's like, well, that's no fun.
No, I'd rather have nothing at all. Yeah. And again, to just sell home the point about the action, which is one of the signature aspects of that old show. Remember, Kevin Feige himself thought that we would all be like, wow, they're really going there with the violence of Moon Knight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I hear the fat lady singing in several ways with this show. I see no reason to get excited over it. I really don't, considering just the talent, or the lack thereof, shall I say, involved with this. Because it's not just the level of talent, but then also that means that, oh, okay, well, they're not even going to go for the TVMA level of violence, or even just like seriousness, I would say.
Yeah.
That the old seasons did. And I think and I do believe that's in fact what they're gonna do, that's not gonna go over well. I do think they're gonna make a big thing of this show is to brighten it up a little bit, shall we say.
And the thing is, people are such massive fans of the original Netflix series. This could be potentially a backlash for Marvel.
Yeah. So. And the weirder thing is unlike all the other shows, again, they didn't make a point to announce how many episodes Agatha or like Echo or Ironheart would have, or even Loki season 2. But they made it a point to announce how many episodes Daredevil Born Again would have. And it's fucking 18. And look, on its surface, all right, yeah, I mean, great. Like, these Disney Plus shows need to have more episodes. But then you have to think about it. Wait a minute. Why is this one and this one alone the only one to not have limited of 9 or 6 episodes? Because it kind of makes it seem like, well, it seems like the other shows are going to have the same 6-episode format, but this isn't. On top of the fact that, I'm sorry, but I didn't share this view, but many people did, in fact, complain about the original series already having too many episodes with just 13 in its seasons. Mm-hmm. So it kind of feels like an overcorrection with like, well, now when we had too little, now we have too many.
I mean, I would assume that they're going to be half-hour.
And that's another strike. We found yet another strike against this show. I honestly didn't think we can come up with more negatives about this thing existing, but yet here we are. It just like, I'm sorry, man. Like, and I'm sorry for those of you who are listening. I love this character. I love this show, but like, everything points to this just being an inferior version. Do you honestly believe that Marvel Studios is going to dive anywhere near as deep as they did with Matt's Catholicism in this show as they did in the old show?
I mean, Born Again, it's supposed to directly reference...
Frank Miller wrote that, right?
Yeah, it's a story. It's a very dark story. I think Karen was a prostitute.
Yep.
And
Kingpin destroys his life, from what I've...
Yeah, and
it's a great thing to adapt, but it's not something... I would be excited if Netflix was doing this adaptation.
Which is also weird why
Marvel Studios would do that if they want to brighten it up. Why they chose
that. Yeah.
Like, if the intent is you want to have a more PG-13 Daredevil, why choose Born Again?
Well, what if it does get TVMA? How would you feel then?
I would... okay, if it does get TVMA, which I don't expect to do,
mm-hmm.
I don't expect them to do,
yeah,
then that changes things slightly.
Okay.
In the sense that, okay, maybe they do have something cooking here, though. You do, of course, have the drawback with, who the fuck are these people writing the show?
Yeah, that's the big thing, unfortunately. They must have had a hell of a pitch.
So it's like, I mean, I suppose it's possible they do so, but again, I go back to the thing with Marvel Zombies. That gets TVMA, okay, maybe there's a chance, but they've spoken nothing about Blade being rated R. They've said nothing about, Moon Knight wasn't.
Well, I guess I'm saying it's because they've put 3 rated R movies on Disney Plus this week.
Logan, Deadpool, and Deadpool 2, yes.
At the same time that they have announced that they are making a rated R cartoon, basically, which is, mm-hmm. I think, a step even further than like live action, because a cartoon's very explicitly viewed as for children, so to make a rated R cartoon, that's something, right?
No,
So
yeah, I
it's
agree with you.
And then maybe Kevin Feige's like, this is him basically cooling the waters for when they come out full on with some rated R stuff.
Well, there also
Maybe.
is what about the Deadpool of it all?
That's what I mean. Like Deadpool 3, Blade,
Midnight Suns.
all this stuff. Maybe like eventually he's going to go in some directions where he knows he's going to push the rating. And that's why, you know, they're kind of laying the groundwork now. This is a big if.
It's a big if, and a very unlikely if at that. But if that is the case, that would change a lot of how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I would 100% trade in any R rating for, like, better writers.
Because the writing is the most important aspect of anything.
Yeah.
If you don't have the writing, if you don't have the characterization down, I'm sorry, but you can't make up for that. Nothing can make up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm so down on Nolan movies. I saw the Oppenheimer teaser in front of Nope, by the way.
Oh, how was it?
I was triggered.
I have become men, destroyer of worlds.
It started off with, it reminded me of Dunkirk, because he had like a fucking like ticking clock and like all these numbers going off like 3 days or 2 weeks or 1 hour, and I'm like, fuck, stop with this. I'm so annoyed of like anything Christopher Nolan. I'm sorry. I just, fuck him as a person. His movies are fine, but his movies lately haven't been good. I'm sorry. I just don't think they've been that good.
I think they're good. I just, they're not for me. They just don't connect with me.
You're right. That's what I meant to say. They're not for me. Yeah. I can't connect with films that don't have characters in them, to be clear about that. I'm not saying that they're garbage, but they don't interest me. And they can't with that mentality.
Hey, yeah.
Next, we have Captain America New World Order. Malcolm Spellman is writing this movie, so there's hope in the script. But then here we have the situation where we have a director who we know nothing about. It's the same thing.
First time big movie director.
Why do people not, like, come on, it's so beyond obvious at this point. Call that shit out.
Because those are the movies they like. They want it to feel like a TV show. They don't like when directors come in and put their own stamp.
I hate it. And then also it flies in the face of this mentality that there was a report a few weeks back that Kevin Feige was, looking for more directors to take care of his projects. He was tired of like being there every day. But then you get people like this.
2 critic B's or audience B scores in a row. And then now he's probably like, no, fuck it. Go back to formula.
So back to the well and just do the same thing. It's like,
formula.
The formula is so fucking obvious. Yeah. It's just so uninteresting to discuss. I mean, look, it could be good because of Malcolm Spellman. Yeah. I did like what he did with Falcon and Winter Soldier.
I liked it, and I like Captain America movies, and I like Sam Wilson as Captain America. This is one where I'm like interested. My interest is piqued, I'll say.
Right. And they've been able to make it work with TV directors before. I mean, the Russos were TV directors. I mean, they basically are TV directors, and they were able to make it work with Winter Soldier. So who's to say they can't do it here? But it's just, it annoys me that it's the same like pattern. But otherwise, this is one of the ones that has potential, I would say. Then they announced Thunderbolts, which we knew was coming a long time ago, and for whatever reason is now the end of Phase 5. I don't think they announced an actual roster, but we know Valentina. We know that what's her name? Julia Louis-Dreyfus's team. She's Amanda Waller here. Basically, this is the Suicide Squad. We're gonna have what's her name? Yelena Belova. We're gonna have freaking U.S. agent. Yeah. We're gonna have other people. I don't know if she's gonna recruit Hawkeye. Maybe. I hate that. Like that. I don't think Hawkeye.
The purpose, right?
Yeah. I don't want Hawkeye in there, but there's also Zemo.
Zemo for sure. I think is gonna be in it,
and maybe others as well. This one could be good. This one This one has a lot of potential. Again, though, it just I think it would be a lot easier to pull off if we only had 2016 Suicide Squad to act as a comparison, but we don't. We now have 2021 and James Gunn's The Suicide Squad as the shining example of like what you do with stories like this. So
it'll probably be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Where it usually likes to be anyway.
Yeah. Well, but I guess, again, what bothers me, I guess I would feel more into it, but like, Yelena is basically a hero.
Right?
At the last minute, they had to turn U.S. Agent into
a hero.
Like, that was the worst heel turn I think I've seen.
I hated that, man. So weird.
So terrible.
Like in again, one of the things that's hampered by that structure of 6 episodes, halfway through, they had that guy murder somebody with Captain America's shield, and then at the end, like it was shot as if we're supposed to be happy for his redemption and him being promoted to something. And like
there was zero redemption. Okay. So bad, so very, very bad. But again, they do it because we need him to be a hero. Because it's the same thing they did to Wanda, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's like, well, we just need her to be a hero by the end of her show, so we can have her set up and primed for whatever they choose to do with her in the next, when you hand off that character to whatever comes next. And it felt like that with U.S. Agent. And it's like Zemo at least is a villain, right? He's a cool villain because he has He has a set of principles and he fucking lives by them. And sometimes those principles end up with him blowing up a U.S. embassy or some shit like that. So it's like, okay, Zemo, I think, is like, okay, that he's perfect and primed for Thunderbolts. But like, U.S. Agent would have been perfect and primed for Thunderbolts, but they fucked his character at the end. And then Yelena, again, if they had played Yelena as more like
gray,
more morally gray than her sister, which they should have, right? Just to differentiate them.
Yeah.
Then I would have been like, honestly, I would have been like hyped for Thunderbolts. I'd be like, okay, like this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be good. But because it's like Marvel and they seem kind of allergic to like the grayness of characters. It's like, we'll see. I'm like, yeah. Especially, like you said, because we got the perfect Suicide Squad movie. So it's not like I'm itching for this kind of movie. Like, that itch has been scratched. It's been scratched real good.
Even more so with Peacemaker in the mix.
Yes. So it's like, again, if it was never made and we only had the 2016, I would be in here like, okay, like, let's see this.
Let's go, basically.
Yeah. It's like, the way I'm kind of itching for Midnight Suns. Mm-hmm. But if we had already gotten like Guillermo del Toro's Justice League Dark, I'd be like, I don't really
I'm
care.
good.
Like, I'm good. Like, I got the best version. Like, but that hasn't happened, so I'm itching for that. But so it's a little different, unfortunately, for Thunderbolts.
Any idea who else will be on the roster for the Thunderbolts?
Thunderbolts,
because they can't have William Hurt anymore. He passed away, unfortunately. I imagine he would be in that film as Thunderbolt Ross.
Ross is the Red Hulk as the Red Hulk. Yeah. Maybe instead of just doing that, they throw in
I mean, they could recast.
Just have him as the Red Hulk the entire time.
Sure.
Right? And just like, he has a Hulk voice, so it doesn't even have to be William Hurt's voice.
Right.
So you can do
They've done that before, where they've brought back like Red Skull, and that wasn't at all.
Yeah, for sure.
What's his name? Hugo Weaving.
So you 100% could do that, or you could just do like put the Abomination in there instead.
Right. Which we'll see him again in She-Hulk.
Yeah. Which again, he's another one where he's like, I'm a soldier. I'm kick ass and kill people. So it's like, yeah, he's a villain. He would fit in to that. That's 4 right there.
This is the problem, though. Like,
if they no, never mind. They wouldn't do it. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you could talk about that, but like, this is the problem with the MCU is like they don't keep many villains around, so it's kind of hard to come up with names.
Which is weird because for them always like planning like, oh, and we need to keep this character alive to do this, and that. When it comes to villains, they don't think that way.
No, they really throw them away pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I imagine what would be pretty great addition to the team. He doesn't have any powers, but he has a lot of know-how. Fucking Ulysses Claw.
That would have been so fun.
Honestly, one of the reasons why Black Panther pisses me off was that he was a great villain.
He was so good. He should have been the main villain because it's just, oh my god.
And they killed him.
Yeah.
They just fucking killed him. I mean, maybe they'll use Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I know
they have her.
Deadpool has been on the team. I know the Punisher has.
Are they ever going to touch John Bernthal?
They should. Again, if they had stuck with the whole morally gray character thing, for sure you could throw in the Punisher there. I thought that would be good. I'm trying to think who else.
Well, who else do we know is locked up in that raft besides like freaking Zemo? It's like, again, like we don't even know like how many are locked. I guess a Hydra scientist, maybe. I mean,
I think those 4 for sure though.
Yeah,
Zemo,
Yelena, U.S. Agent John Walker,
U.S. Agent, and then some form of Hulk.
Yeah,
either Red Hulk or Abomination. And I think either one would work equally. I think good.
Yeah.
You would need at least a 5th member in there. I don't know who that would be. I don't know.
All right. So that's that. They're going to close out Phase 5. So looking at just Phase 5, we got Ant-Man, Secret Invasion, Guardians 3, Echo, Loki 2, The Marvels, Blade, Ironheart, Agatha, Daredevil, Captain America 4, and Thunderbolts, and maybe 2.5 I care about.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
Maybe 4. Maybe 3. Well, let me see. Guardians 3 for sure.
Yeah.
The Marvels.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Black Panther. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Phase 4.
Oh. I'll throw it in there just for fun.
Yeah.
After that, there has to be another one. What's the other one?
It's not Ant-Man. It's not Secret Invasion. It's not Echo. It's not Agatha. It's not Ironheart.
Captain America, I guess.
Captain America, maybe, yeah. It sure as hell is not Loki or Daredevil. Or Blade. Maybe Thunderbolts, maybe.
Thunderbolts, yeah. That one's tough, right?
Yeah.
It's like I said, that itch has been scratched. And
then some.
And then some. And it's like, I know this one's not going to reach that film, so it's like,
And then so we'll see how that is. And then Phase 6, they only announced that Fantastic Four, which feels like it got pushed back. Let's just be real about that. I think at D23 they'll have a director, maybe even a cast. We'll see. But then they also dropped...
Didn't they announce that the Spider-Man director was directing? Oh, no, he dropped out, right?
Originally, John Watts, and then he dropped out. And the theory is because he'll be going back to Spider-Man for it, which we'll get to in a minute. And then the big announcements... that of course were there to shut people up were Avengers 5 and Avengers 6. Avengers Kang, the Kang Dynasty, and Avengers Secret Wars coming out both in 2025. I don't believe for a second both 2 Avengers movies are coming out in 1 year. That just can't happen. I feel like, especially since they're copying the model of Infinity War and Endgame, it just works out better if you space them out a year apart for like optimal box office revenue. That's what I suspect, really. Also, there's a lot of things that are confounding about this, but as far as like Secret Wars being the roadmap, you described this at length, Peter, on the drive home from Multiverse of Madness, and wow, did I not care. And I don't know, maybe, look, I know I think I sent you a clip, right? I think it was Robert Meyer Burnett who like described basically like what this would be. I'll just play it right here for those of you who haven't listened to it, because it's easier that way.
Secret Wars. Here's my thing. I think they're going in that direction, but honestly, who cares? I mean, really, when it comes down to it, I'll flat out say it. Secret Wars was a gimmick.
I'm not a big fan of Secret Wars, actually.
And even the second Secret Wars with Battle World and all that, the problem with the Marvel Cinematic Universe is they don't have enough opposition.
Yep.
There's not enough bad guys to make a Secret Wars work. They'd have to add, like, you could add all these other things in there, and you could trump up a reason to, like, have them fight. But I don't think that a Secret Wars storyline has the weight or gravitas, because all it is the characters fighting amongst themselves. And is that really interesting?
Is it interesting, Peter?
Yes. The new version of Secret Wars. I really like that comic.
Wait, which version?
The one that came out in like, well, there's two versions. There's one that's like from the 1970s, 80s.
What was the one that he was describing?
The one he was describing was the one from like the 1970s, 80s. That's when like they capture all the heroes and they put them on Battle World and then they fight each other.
Is that not what they're doing in this movie?
I don't know. I thought they would I think they're taking it more from the new... No, they're not. They're taking it from the new comic. Because the new comic is the one from 2015. That's the one with incursions. And they've already set up in Multiverse of Madness, which is about the fact that the multiverse is dying because worlds are crashing into each other and it's causing the multiverse to die eventually until every universe is dead. But at the last minute it's saved, and the multiverse is saved by Doom, and he uses his power, Doctor Doom, to create one universe. The multiverse is dead. It's all pieces of the multiverse are patched together in this one world.
Universe.
We're really just world, not even universe, just world.
Oh.
And yeah, I like that story, but that's so different than from what I think they're eventually gonna end up doing, because Doom was at the head of this, and now I think it's pretty clear that what's his name is gonna take his place.
Kang,
and their Avengers films, not Fantastic Four films, and the Fantastic Four was actually sort of at the head of that story. So it's obviously going to be about like the multiverse dying due to incursions, and it's going to be a giant multiversal mashup extravaganza. Secret Wars.
How do you feel about this?
It's not great. I feel like it's a lot very soon. Feels very rushed. Like, I can't even tell you what the Avenger lineup is right now. Right?
There is no Avenger lineup.
But there is none. People talk like there is one. I mean, Cap is obviously still there. Who's on his team? Is it Ant-Man? I don't know. Like, that's why I think it would have been good to have at least one Avengers film before Kang Dynasty to get sort of an understanding of like the hierarchy of power. You know, like who are the Avengers? I don't know, because no one knows. And then also, yeah, I don't know. It just feels kind of rushed. Because Secret Wars, that's kind of as big as it gets for these crossover things.
It just makes you go like, well, what's next after that? Does Kevin Feige retire?
I guess he goes into X-Men.
Like, is that it with the Avengers?
With
Again,
Doctor Doom. Yeah, like I guess you can say there's always a plan, but I don't know. It feels kind of rushed.
like 2025, I would imagine this would be like, I don't know, 2029, 2030.
Yeah, that's what I would have imagined too. Because I thought they would take their time. I thought the first Avengers movie they would have is like a young Avengers.
Right.
Like, take the time. Like, hey, these new young heroes they come in and they reignite the Avengers mantle again. Right? And then many years go by and that sort of leads back into, like, everything going on. And I thought, like, yeah, the main nemesis for the Young Avengers would be Kang. And then by then you will have introduced Doctor Doom and the X-Men. And maybe you could have like because that would be phase 5. So then phase 6, big bad would be like what's his name? Magneto.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because you go maybe phase 6 is going all in on X-Men and reintroducing them. And Magneto has this big thing, you know. He's gonna alter the pole, or he already did that in Apocalypse, but alter the magnetic poles and the Earth and whatever. Just, you know, big things, and then the Avengers have to team up with X-Men to take him down. Okay, like that's the big X-Men movie, and then again, through all that time, you're building up Doom and Fantastic Four, and then by phase 7. That's when you do Secret Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I thought things would go, but I don't know. Like, again, it feels like they're rushing, and it's like, well, why, though? You know? Yeah.
Overall, though, how do you feel about how this presentation went? Because for me, I was just like, wow, I don't care. As a whole, this is really just boring and uninteresting and lazy and weak.
On the whole, I don't think I care. Because like I said, the only ones that I was really excited for were like 4 projects. And really excited is pushing it. That's like positive. Like 4 ones where I'm kind of coming out positive on them, like 4.
There would only really be one here where I'm excited about.
Yeah, that's Guardians 3. Like
that's
genuinely excited Guardians 3. Like,
and there's a lot of them that are just pointless and useless and I don't care about.
Yeah.
But the people loved it, it seems.
Well, they got their TV show back. It's everything
Yeah.
I told you, right? Now they get to talk about these movies and Disney Plus shows. Like, you know, it's all one big TV show again. So I get the excitement. I get and yeah, for sure. They're announcing the next Avengers movie. But yeah, just as far as individual projects, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. There's not enough there for me to get excited on the whole. But again, things could change, right? I was not excited for Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
No.
That trailer dropped. Shit looks really good. You know, I cannot lie.
You weren't looking forward to rather at all for Multiverse of Madness and you walked out liking it.
Yeah. So it's like just
surprises have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't want to sit here and say 100% this is how it's going to be.
I'm going to say 100% some of these are not going to be good. I'm going to put it out, and I'm going to put my name on it. Mm-hmm. Ant-Man, no.
Yeah, sorry.
Blade maybe one. No. Agatha, Daredevil. I'm very confident that one.
I'm confident it will not be good as the Netflix show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is hard. It's just weird because like the Netflix show is sitting on Disney Plus right now.
Yeah. That's
not good.
Mm-hmm.
But I did write a list of things of like, because you know what hasn't been mentioned? A lot of things. Because like this is already a lot, right? Of like, let me just count here. So we have 9 for 2023. And then for 2024, we had 4 actually with the animated stuff, like 6 or 7. All right. That's a lot of projects. But as you know, with the Stingers we mentioned last podcast, and with all the other characters that we know that are out in this universe, there is still so much that hasn't even been addressed. So I wrote down a list of other projects that may, and some of these may not ever happen, but it's out there that it could, right? So Miss Marvel Season 2, Moon Knight Season 2, and Eternals 2, or a spinoff of like a Harry Styles thing, Thor 5 with Taika Waititi, Shang-Chi 2, Spider-Man 4, Doctor Strange 3, anything related to a Scarlet Witch project, Hawkeye Season 2, which there were, or The Young Avengers, nothing on that. The 10 Rings Disney Plus series that was rumored. Anything relating to mutants or X-Men, which we discussed those secret Warriors rumors that happened with Quake, anything like that relating to it. Anything with Werewolf by Night, Midnight Suns or Ghost Rider, Armor Wars, or with Jessica Jones, which we suspect she'll come back. An actual Secret Invasion event, not the phony TV series. Deadpool 3 or Nova.
Yeah.
That is so fucking much.
It's too much. That's why it's like, don't waste time with like a Agatha show or an Echo. Yeah, like, well.
Because a lot of the stuff I just listed that wasn't announced is far more interesting.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of those I would get excited for. And
it's just like, who knows if I mean, honestly, a lot of these, I don't know if they'll ever happen.
Yeah.
Like Miss Marvel or Eternals.
Like if they don't, and well, think about it. Shang-Chi was a big hit. If they don't announce the Shang-Chi 2 in Phase 5,
it's not happening in Phase 5.
Sorry, 6. Then it's like, fuck. Like, imagine how long you're gonna have to wait for a Shang-Chi 2. Ridiculous.
Yeah. So that's kind of my summary, right? It's just a big sigh. It's like, okay, man, I don't know, man. I feel myself like as the years go by, just less and less connected to this. I really just feel myself that way. So, Red Spotters, Alexis and Peter at you again. I'm cutting this in at the end of our discussion of this podcast because a lot of other stuff happened that we forgot to mention, as well as new news, so here we are, okay? So, we were just talking about Avengers Secret Wars, and of course, as you've been listening, our overall lack of excitement and anticipation about this. So, in the following days that we had that initial recording, there had been breaking news where the director of Shang-Chi, Destin Daniel Cretton, has been reported by Variety to be the next director, the new director for Avengers: The Kang Dynasty. Just that one, not Secret Wars. Sources from I believe Randolph and other people are saying that they are looking for somebody else to direct Secret Wars, which may in fact lend credence to the idea that they are being serious in releasing the 2 Avengers films in 1 year. A couple of things with you, Peter. First and foremost, I don't know, maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm the weirdo here, but it seemed to me that it would be best to just do a replay with Infinity War and Endgame, spacing those movies out with a whole year in between. Go ahead.
Is he like, okay, this is going to sound bad. Is he like terminally ill or something?
I feel really bad about even going in this direction. And I'm sure it's not that, but I had some thoughts that were not too far off with what you just asked, because it seems as if he's just speeding through with this, right?
Yeah. It's like he's trying to speed through a whole second, I don't know, like the entirety of what would have been his career over the next 20 years, or at least 10, with this multiverse saga, in like 5. In like half the time. I don't know, like it's a lot. Like, it's insanely a lot. Like, the fact
it's
that
unusual, to say the least.
That they're just going, like, okay, two Avengers films in 1 year, like, 6 months apart.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's just... It's a lot, and I don't know. It just feels like everything's rushing. Like fuck. We gotta announce like 10 shows and 5 movies, and they're all within the same year. And go. And it's like, but why? What's the rush? Cool your jets. Like it's okay to release 3 movies. You know what I would say? Like 3 movies a year and like maybe 3 shows. That's still a lot, right?
Yeah.
I would say maybe 2 shows. Maybe 3 movies, 2 shows. But it's like, that's like, okay, you have a full plate, but at least, I don't know, like it's not insane. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know I don't see what the plan is.
It's so confusing to me, right? Like, he's just rushing through everything. And, like, I guess, like, the question that you and I had, right, when, we discussed this in the time of this podcast just a few minutes ago, but for us in real time a couple days ago, which was, again, trying to keep the continuity clear for people who are listening. But it seemed to us that Secret Wars is kind of like as big as you can get when you have basically a multiversal war and battle culminating here. How, I guess, like, you can't get a bigger Avengers film than that. So is it possible that Avengers Secret Wars is like, that's the last Avengers movie ever, and that following that, it's just going to be X-Men and Fantastic Four that dominates this MCU?
Yeah, 100% I can see that. I can see it becoming the X-Men, basically the X-Men series with like Marvel in the like background kind of thing. I mean, it became that way in the comics because the X-Men just became so goddamn popular, where it was basically an X-Men comic publisher, Marvel, and then every once in a while there's like others.
I mean, I have to imagine that's why. I mean, in many ways, X-Men got films made first because they were far more popular. I'd never even heard of Avengers until like they were making the Phase 1 movies. Like, what is this?
Yeah, no, Avengers was never that popular. They got a little bit more popular, I guess, in of course, the initial runs of the Avengers back in, like, I don't know, the 40s or some shit, 50s. That's popular. And then they get a little bit more popular, like, the 2000s, early 2000s, which I'm sure is what led to them investing in those characters in, like, 2008 with Iron Man. But yeah, for a large chunk, what dominated was the X-Men. Yeah. And like other characters. And if you want to know which characters there are, just every Marvel character that got a movie before the Avengers. Like Spider-Man, it was Avengers, Spider-Man.
A movie and an animated series, because Spider-Man, X-Men had those in spades.
Yeah.
Even Hulk had his own TV show.
Yep. Like those kind of characters, Daredevil, they were all bigger.
Even Elektra got her own movie, right?
I forgot about that.
Right?
It was such a terrible movie. Yeah, that's true. That did happen.
Ghost Rider, as I think you said, or something. Yeah, he had 2 movies with Nick Cage. So yeah, there were a lot of popular Marvel characters that just weren't Avengers. So, I mean, I guess it could be that, on top of also, it may be the solve for this question. Because, and I mean, this isn't something that I don't believe we discussed at length, because we were so outraged at the idea of, like, antitrust laws being so broken and non-existent that they couldn't stop this rather disgusting merger between 20th Century Fox and Disney. But now that we're like closer to it, and a lot more people are examining this, how do you make the X-Men work in a world with Avengers in them, considering the fact that mutants are supposed to be so loathed and despised, and that's a big part of like what makes their key characteristics in an MCU where, again, like, they're known for like Night Monkey or Lamplight or whatever. Like, they just come out of it, and heroes new are just celebrated immediately. How does that work?
Yeah, it's what it is, like, it's so weird. It's like if the world celebrated gay people that like fell in a vat of acid and came out and they're like, I'm gay now. But then if you're born gay, it's like, whoa, that's unnatural, right?
Yeah.
But if a radioactive spider bites you and now you're gay, awesome, you know? Right? And that's kind of how it is with the X-Men, where it's like, we're gonna celebrate and love the Avengers, but those gross freaks, the X-Men, you know, it's bad that they have powers because they were born with them. Whereas these other heroes that we love and adore, they weren't, so it's better. Like, I think I told you this. It never made sense to me, ever. Like, my entire
Even
life.
in the comics.
Even in the
right?
comics. Like, there's always great stories, and it's just something that I just, like, push to the side of my head. It's like, yeah, they love all heroes, but not X-Men. Okay, whatever, fine. But yeah, if you take more than 2 seconds to think about it, it's so stupid. I think it is. And again, there's the argument of like, well, the issue is they're sort of intimidated or afraid because it's like, yeah, the next step in human evolution, yada yada yada. But yeah, it's just, it doesn't work that well. And I know I can say like, well, then how are they gonna do it in the MCU? But it's like, I don't know, like, because I don't even know what the X-Men are going to be, or are they gonna be mutants? I assume they are gonna use the word mutant, but it's like they haven't. The whole point of mutants is they've existed within human history for like a while now. Even the first ever comic of the X-Men wasn't like, oh my god, mutants are appearing. It's like, no, mutants have been a part of, have been living along mankind for a while now. And it's just something where it's like an eternal struggle for acceptance. Where it's like,
that struggle element is so key, especially like in the comics, one of the more popular iterations of it. And then that's why, you know, Bryan Singer ultimately used that for the first X-Men film, which is, by the way, we hardly talk about X-Men and X2, but they're such great movies. You know, especially for like the times that they were made. They were able to, I think the parts that worked so best was with Magneto and with Xavier, and just like how the history was tied into it. And I saw this very wonderful video essay by Vera Wild of the Council of Geeks YouTube channel. Sometimes I do share her videos. She's hilarious. I just so you can get a picture. She's I sent some videos yesterday of her like going on the rant about how Walking Dead is still on and how there's like 4 or 5 spinoffs. It's crazy, and how they were announced at Comic-Con. But she had a great essay in which she was like saying, look, like, how can you is it
she or they?
She, they.
Okay.
Yeah, the pronouns are she, they.
Okay.
So, just or they, she. So, just to clarify that, that she would like to see, particularly Magneto's backstory. Okay, because the timeline, I guess, would be too far away to make the Holocaust work. Although that's a big part of that character. Is like, he's Jewish, right? And the Holocaust is a big, you know, thing that ignites who Magneto is. Okay, well, if it's not that, well, at least tie it into an actual real life genocide. There are several you can pick from, but not that it would be as impactful as the Holocaust obviously was to somebody who is Jewish like Magneto. And that really kind of like shapes who he is for all of time going forward. So how do you do Magneto in this MCU?
See, a bigger issue for me is not only how do you do Magneto, but it's impossible to do Magneto, because the whole point is this historic struggle he's dealt with for decades now, right? And at this point in the MCU, mutants aren't even a thing. It seems like Kamala Khan's the first mutant? Yeah, that's the thing though, right? I assumed what they would do, which was what I would do, is just to have some multiversal fuck up and then have it so that the mutants were always there, quote unquote. Like you rewrite the history of this universe to have it so the mutants were always there.
Are we sure that's off the table considering where Secret Wars could end?
Yes. Because why introduce Kamala as a mutant if you weren't setting up this whole thing of like, wow, mutants are gonna start popping up or something's gonna happen, and then people
unless they do a variation or a combination of both.
Which
like they do.
It's true, right? Because with the Miss Marvel, they tried to do all this shit with the clandestines, and the last minute they're like, fuck it, she's a mutant. So fucking stupid. It's terrible. Terrible writing. So I guess that's my point, right? It's like at this point, it feels like he could do anything, and then once he does anything, change his mind, and then change it again. So it's like I couldn't even begin to make a guess as to like what to do or where it goes, and that's why for me it's like the X-Men are tough to. It's not like the Fantastic Four, where, yeah, you could just throw them in there as far as characters go. It's not like Daredevil, where you could just throw them in, or any other character. With the X-Men, there's like a lot of baggage to those characters, especially when you talk about like you said, Magneto and Xavier and their whole thing of like struggle. You know, how does it translate?
One storyline that was intriguing to me, that Alexis Moreno discussed, that she would like to see is, because I know in the comics there is a Civil War Part 2.
Oh, yeah.
And while the Civil War movie, for the most part, is, I would say, really liked amongst, like, most people, I have my own issues, and I know, Peter, you have your issues with the film. Ultimately, I still really like the movie.
It's in my top 10.
Yeah, I really like the movie a lot.
Yeah.
So just be clear, it's just like, there are some things that are annoying about it, but it also wasn't it was an adaptation. The film Civil War is not really remotely what the actual Civil War comic was like in a lot of different ways. But I think she said that the X-Men were also involved with Civil War. Were they not? Or at least with Part 1 or Part 2?
Everyone was involved in Civil War. Civil War Part 2 was at the height of and humans are taking over X-Men type thing. The X-Men were at their lowest, or mutants were at their lowest number, and Inhumans were popping up everywhere. And an Inhuman popped up that had the ability, he was basically a precog. They literally did, what's that fucking Steven Spielberg movie?
Minority Report?
Minority Report, right?
With Tom Cruise.
Yes. So it's actually funny. The Civil War was between Captain Marvel and Tony. And Captain Marvel wanted to use this Inhuman precog to capture and arrest individuals before they've even committed a crime. And Tony said, you're going too far.
Wow, if Tony says you're going too far.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I think Civil War 2 was the reason a lot of people hate Captain Marvel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she just comes off.
That's where the hatred goes back into?
A dick. Just a real piece
I
of
just
shit.
thought they hated her because, well, not because Brie Larson...
of course, all that other stuff is wrapped into it. So, yeah, I mean, I could see them, especially if he's like, fuck it, Civil War 2, let's do this. Yeah. And, I mean, instead of Tony, you could just have Captain America versus Captain Marvel, right?
Right, Sam Wilson.
With Sam Wilson and stuff like that. Oh, and then that's what was also a big deal because Miss Marvel took Tony's side. And she kind of like swore, like she kind of went head to head with Captain Marvel. Yeah, her hero, and it was a whole thing. Again, through all of this, the best thing is always Miss Marvel. Through all these, this bullshit.
She's a great character.
She is. She's so she is like basically a modern quote unquote retelling of Peter Parker, I think.
Yeah.
Of who that character was at their heart, at their soul.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a modern retelling, but they just did a different character. I think she's great. I really, really like her. I was gonna say for X-Men, because we were talking about it, there's one of the most famous like graphic novels of X-Men is Claremont's. It's called God Loves, Man Kills, and it's literally. Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my God, you froze.
It happens sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, it's called God Loves, Man Kills, and it's about this crazy Christian preacher leading zealots to like try and capture and kill mutants. Like it literally starts with.
Well, it's Watch Dogs basically with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., right?
Yeah, it literally starts with like a couple of mutant kids that were like lynched in like a playground.
God damn.
Yeah, like it's some heavy shit.
Yeah.
But that's why it's like, how do you bring that into the MCU, especially when it's already 20 movies deep. You can't throw in mutants all of a sudden that deep in and still have that
Peter,
rich history, I guess.
You're right. I wonder though. There is a solution to be able to do that, and I guess the solution would be to just like destroy everything, start all over again, with Secret Wars, right? Because you said that Secret Wars ends with like all the multiverses being destroyed and it just being one universe.
Yeah, everything in the multiverse, everything that could be saved in the multiverse, is sort of pulled to make one world, ruled over by God Emperor Doom. But it seems like, and that sucks because it's such a great Doom story that they're ditching Doom, unless I don't know, maybe Kevin Feige, because is like at the last minute, like they fucking kill Doom, they defeat Doom in Kang Dynasty. No, they defeat Kang in Kang Dynasty,
right?
But everything still ends up getting destroyed, and it follows the comic where Doom does end up saving everyone and becomes God Emperor. I could maybe see that, I guess.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Are we not supposed to be getting, and this may be a spoiler warning for those who may be listening, but just so you're aware of, are we not supposed to be getting Doctor Doom in Black Panther Wakanda Forever in a post-credit scene?
That is what I have heard in the leaks, and the leaks from what I've seen in the trailer have been
unbelievably true.
Like it's
confirmed
1-to-1 everything. Like I'm already 100% sold. Like yeah, that's the whole movie right there off of that one trailer, which for the first time in a long time isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No, because the leaks have confirmed something good for a change.
Yeah, I didn't walk away hating this story. I was like, no, okay, yeah, like this is a solid overview of like a story here. Like I can see the movie.
Did the leaks allude to who was playing Doom?
Not at all. In fact, they said like a stand-in.
Oh, so then they might not even know. They just have like a stand-in.
Maybe there were some. They did that with Thanos, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some speculation. I've seen some rumors that could suggest Giancarlo Esposito, but a lot of people always think him.
Yeah, it could be him, but I also heard they might have him for Professor X or Magneto.
Really? Ooh.
Which I think is far more compelling.
God. Wow, Giancarlo Esposito as Magneto?
Ooh.
That's exciting.
Yes.
I mean, that's genuinely exciting.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
When I heard that, I was like, now that fits. That would be great.
For those who are not aware, Giancarlo Esposito, known for many roles all the way throughout. I mean, he's known, of course, as Gus Fring. Gus Fring on the Breaking Bad universe. Most notably, I believe he even received the nomination for acting on The Mandalorian as
guess what?
Grand Moff Gideon.
Just to sell it to you again, he is fantastic on The Boys.
Oh, he's in that show too.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're really pushing that show on me.
He is great in The Boys. King of TV.
Yeah, he's a treasure. I think he's one of those actors that I think kind of like you can define as a treasure.
Yeah. Every time you see him pop up, you're like, oh hell yeah, like this is it. He's about to elevate some shit.
So then, okay, if that's the case with Doctor Doom, then being introduced in the post credit, then I think he's gonna have to factor into Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars in a big way.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like it's kind of like you just introduce him realistically in like Fantastic Four, and then like a couple years later he's already God Emperor Doom. Like I don't know, like that's kind of very quick. That's why
once again it's like they're rushing to get to it.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe like, okay, well they're just gonna give I assumed anyway they're gonna give his spot to Kang, and like you said, Kang's gonna be the big bad. So and then the next phase or whatever, then you'll see Doom in a big way. But maybe not. Maybe Kang is like the overarching villain for most of the
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Because
they really are amping him up from what I heard in the panel at Comic-Con, they were amping him up as the next Thanos.
Yeah. But they could do a rug pull where it's like,
which
no,
they've done before.
He actually does get defeated, because we all assumed like, okay, well, Kang will win at the end of Kang Dynasty, and then that leads into Secret Wars. But maybe Kang gets defeated, but there's nothing you can really do to stop
his plan.
Yeah, and then what's his name comes in and saves the day. Doom, but in doing so also takes over all of everything. All of time and space. So now you got to deal with that in Secret Wars. I can see that because it does seem like Kevin Feige is rushing now.
Yeah.
And like maybe once he's done with the multiverse saga, it's like, okay, it's the mutant saga. And he kind of goes all in on the X-Men, you know? Then that's when we start to see like a Deadpool 3, we start to get like X-Men spin-offs and shit like that, you know? We finally get an X-Force and stuff like that. Yeah. I
wonder though, it has been spread around now. The Direct were one of those people who were like, again, no one's really too sure, but there is speculation out there that, and again, this may actually bring things into, I guess, perspective, like with this whole notion of Secret Wars ending the Avengers franchise and then just going off into X-Men, you know, in the MCU going forward. But there have been reports out there that Disney and Marvel Studios are not necessarily able at the moment to do anything with certain, not all, but certain X-Men characters because of pre-existing contracts with the old cast that were made under the original 20th Century Fox and have carried over to the new ownership at Disney. Now, again, this is very vague and it's very broad and it's not at all specific or clear, first of all, if this is even true. Second of all, who it pertains to. But the whole school of thought out there is that while they were filming or while they were, you know, negotiating Dark Phoenix, there was still this pretense that they would make obviously more X-Men movies. I don't think Fox ever thought that Dark Phoenix would be the last of it. So there could be room for some of those actors to have negotiated a longer thing where no other actor can come in and play those characters until 2025, which of course that's key because that's the year that both Avengers movies drop. And then if you subscribe to the notion that Secret Wars comes in and destroys everything and then just is like the reset button, maybe that makes more sense. Again, a lot of maybes here because we're not really sure if that's even a thing that's in play. But if it is in play, it could make a lot of these things make more sense. Again, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Also, maybe not. Like, it's not clear. No one's really sure. Yeah. So, just to be clear about that, I don't want to insinuate that that's, like, definitely what's happening here, because no one fucking knows.
I think
besides Disney.
If there's no major X-Men announcements at
D23,
then I would probably believe it. But I would have to wait till then to get like a full idea.
Yeah. So it's interesting, right? At least like the direction it would be going in and like what it would look like. Also, I guess getting back to the basics of this question. So yeah, they really got the Shang-Chi guy to do this movie, huh?
In hindsight, I said it makes 100% sense because he's the one guy in Phase 4 that sort of delivered on making a generic Marvel movie and just a generic Marvel movie and like not pushing anything here or there, and it's very competent of a film, you know, like he knocked it out of the park by being very competent, and that's all MCU fans want, and so that's all Kevin Feige wants, and it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense why they picked him. I get that.
Destin Daniel Cretton directing an Avengers movie. This is how I would react. I don't think it's anywhere near as I don't think it's as bad as it would be if they got Peyton Reed to direct an Avengers movie. Yeah. But I don't know how far off we're talking about here because I really don't like Shang-Chi. After seeing it multiple times, and then also watching the making of documentary on Disney Plus, which was bad, and then also the audio commentary, which was also even bad, of this movie. So yeah, I don't nothing about. Again, I listened to a director's commentary with this man. He does not elicit any confidence or he doesn't inspire any excitement for him to helm an Avengers movie.
Well, it seems like, you know, he's Kevin Feige's favorite kind of director, which is he's there, he'll hold the camera, you know, just everything's competent, and like that's all you really need, right? If you want someone looking for like to do anything interesting or deeper, Kevin Feige doesn't want that, right? Mm-mm. And apparently audiences don't either. So, I mean, it makes sense. I sent you this morning what the directors of Ms. Marvel were told.
Yeah, I saw that, and as you predicted, I was enraged.
Yeah. Let me pull up the quote because I think it speaks directly.
Yeah, and again, this is actually what he will read is an answer to a lot of questions people had, which is like they noticed that after the first episode or the first two episodes, a lot of the stylistic choices or the stylistic like elements in Ms. Marvel had all been dropped off a cliff. Well, people, here's your answer. Guess who?
Here we go. It says director Bilal Fallah, probably butchered it, has revealed that Kevin Feige told him, quote, not to go overboard with the series' unique visuals. Quote, don't do it too much and stay true to the characters. Yeah, I mean, this just confirms everything where it's like they don't want to do anything too visually interesting. They don't want to do anything too outside of the box. It has to be so unbelievably like it's a TV show, right? Just so standard. And I'm sorry, but you're pushing 30 movies. Like
Black Panther Wakanda Forever will be the studio's 30th film.
Yeah. Now that movie doesn't look like it's doing anything crazy stylistically, but so far at least that movie looks like it's shot like a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like visually it looks pretty good so far. And yeah, so for me it's like I have no hate towards the pick for Daniel Dustin Creighton or whatever, but no excitement either, because it's like, okay, yeah, it's gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be an Avengers movie. How good it's gonna be, like I don't know.
Well, there also is the question then, who are they going to get for Secret Wars? Because if it's going to be one of the people who are one of their in-house directors, that's even worse, because what's left at this point? John Watts or Peyton Reed?
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't just sign him for both. maybe he's working on like Shang-Chi 2, but I mean,
no,
that's what they did.
I should say, Destin Daniel Cretton is in development with Shang-Chi 2, I'm sure, as well as a Disney Plus series called Wonder Man.
Okay, maybe they're like, he's too busy, I don't know. But as far as like that last one, I could see them getting like John Watts.
Yeah, which... That's all I have to say. I mean, really? That's what you're going to do there? Again, he's not bad. He's just not exciting, you know? And I want to be excited about, especially Avengers Secret Wars? Mm-hmm. Which definitely sounds like they're going to go for an amalgamation of the two iterations of the comic from the 1970s and the 2010s. Because Battle World is for sure happening. About the movie Secret Wars, right? Because last we discussed Secret Wars. We weren't sure about like which version they were going to adapt more from. The 2000s Secret Invasion or the 70s, 80s Secret... I'm sorry. Secret Wars. The 2010 Secret Wars or the 1970s, 80s Secret Wars. And it seems like... Because, I mean, they are going to do Battle World. I mean, that's definitely something I see them doing. And that feels like what Secret Wars is going to be. Or is it going to be like a more amalgamation of those two?
Knowing Feige, he's probably going to try and combine both in some way. The original Secret Wars was kind of like it's a little kid's like wet dream where, you know, this alien takes all the heroes and puts them on Battle World. And he has them all fight each other, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, oh my gosh, you know.
I mean, to me, it's basically the Portal scene of Endgame, just for a whole movie.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, isn't that what we're building to ultimately? And that's what people want most anyway?
I mean, I definitely connected more with the 2015 Secret Wars. It was a little more like Game of Thrones meets...
it was a story, basically.
Multiverse,
it wasn't just like characters fighting.
Oh, but there was a lot of ridiculous character fighting and interaction. But there was more of kind of a story to it and a backbone to it.
I just shared with you an image on Messenger, and when I saw it, I'm like, I don't know how likely it would be, but what do you think of a Sam Raimi directed Secret Wars?
I would love it, but that's not going to happen.
No.
He would try to make a movie, and no.
Well, I mean, yeah,
that won't fly.
Yeah. I do want to say though, given all of the horrendousness that we have, I feel discussed about how Marvel makes movies, I feel like not enough credit. I'm going to include Chloe Zhao in this. Mm-hmm. Chloe Zhao, Sam Raimi, and Taika Waititi don't get enough credit in being able to tie in themes on the whole rather well, even though the way those movies are made do not have how they can tie themes in mind at all. Mm-hmm. So I want to give, props to, actual directors being able to power through the factory machine movie making aspect of Marvel and somehow wiggle themes in there somehow. So props to them. But I think a Sam Raimi Secret Wars would be a lot of fun. Even if he's just like directing it, not writing. I mean, it would be a visual feast.
Yes, but it would be a visual feast that does not align
with him. No, not in the least. Yeah. But then, you know who Secret Wars would be up their alley? The TV directors themselves, Joe and Anthony Russo. And it's so interesting how Kevin Feige flat out said, no, it's not them.
Well, that tells me he's already made his picks, right?
Or they're in talks, and that could be revealed at D23.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Think about it. Who delivered as far as what people, quote unquote audiences want from the MCU?
John Watts and Destin Daniel Cretton. Spider-Man No Way Home and Shang-Chi were the two most beloved movies from the fans, and I also say that would align with the general audience from Phase 4.
Yes. So I think those are your picks. That's my guess.
Yeah. I'm so depressed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say with Avengers films, I don't know if it matters that much.
Sure.
Because they're more about, like, I really like Infinity War.
Yeah.
Because Infinity War, it's just about, like, it feels like an event comic. Like it's just about this grand adventure with all these motherfuckers just popping in and out.
Basically,
and it works so well as, like, a culmination of what the MCU has built, right?
Yeah.
And I think the only reason why Endgame just falls so much for me is that it tries to be a movie.
How dare they?
And they have, like, well, because if you're gonna try and be a movie, then I'm gonna fucking rate you and view you and critique you like that. And then it's like, well, then it kind of starts to waver.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I feel like ideally, if you the beginning starts off so strong. I mean, for me, I love the film.
Yeah.
And I to be clear about that, but I think in a perfect world, you're right. At the end of the day, where to have movie arcs with the kid characters and some overall themes would be better.
Well,
than
think
what
about
we had.
it. I love the Russos, but it's like Infinity War doesn't really need a point, right? Like it's more of like this big mashup and then failure and then it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
But like the overall like themes and like point, like what's the point of Civil War?
From an in-universe standpoint, they're just to have the Sokovia Accords.
Like from a movie standpoint, like
from a movie standpoint, I mean, get to break up the Avengers and to have them.
But you're just naming like events for the MCU.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. That's what I'm saying. I can't think of anything else. Like what?
And
I guess they were trying to have. Yeah.
You can kind of see it more in Winter Soldier. But then I think it kind of wavers a little bit, and I've talked about that. And then in Endgame, it functions more as like a series finale, I think, than anything.
Right.
But
which in that way it works really well.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess for me, it's like you introduce Thanos, right? And this whole everyone always talks about like what a good villain Thanos is because he has a point, right? And to all the things he's saying and the arguments he's making, right? About resources and stuff like that.
But then they just leave that point there.
No one in the film never once engages with anything that he's saying, right? So it's like as a viewer, why should I engage with it if the film doesn't feel it's worth engaging with?
The only times I can think of is Gamora and Stephen Strange. But then they just like dismiss it and then just move on to fighting.
Yeah. Because at the end, everyone's like, woo, we saved everyone. We brought them back. And it's like, okay, that resource problem still exists. In fact, it's much worse now. Were you going to engage with that? And no? Okay.
No, they weren't interested
saved the day.
in that.
And it's like, well, then don't have... But that's what I mean, right? It's like, okay, well... It's just Avengers movies don't seem like they have anything to... say or engage with necessarily.
So don't pretend to.
So
that's
don't
what gets you.
Yeah, like that's why I think my favorite Avengers movies are the first Avengers and Avengers Infinity War because they are what they are, which is just fun.
I would also say that's why I would imagine why Black Panther gets on your nerves a lot.
Yeah, because it's trying real hard to engage with say something and engage with interesting topics, and to its credit, I think it does say something, right? But it's just we've talked
does it do it well?
Issues.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. Yeah, look, there's just a lot in the universe, and we don't know where it's gonna go. But it's just a lot of right now where we are. is rather unclear as far as to also what could be announced at D23. Who knows? But just to piggyback on some things that we had not yet addressed. Do you feel that Bob Chapek mandated Thor: Love and Thunder to be 2 hours?
I don't know. Like, I'm starting to I'm going to be real interested to see that
that runtime for Black Panther?
I'm going to be, yes. I really want to see that runtime. Because, like, Doctor Strange 2, I was like, 2 hours, like, oh, okay, cool. And then you watch it, and it's like, could have maybe used a little bit more to breathe. And then you watch
Thor 4,
and it's like, 2 hours. Yeah. You know, even more so, it's like, okay, this could have used a little bit more time to breathe. So, I don't know. If he is, I'll tell you this, if he is, we will definitely know by when we
if it's Kevin
out.
Or if it's Bob.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll know if it's being mandated at all by anyone.
Right, I see what you're saying.
I think
okay.
right now we don't even know. But once we get closer to Black Panther, I think we'll be able to find out a little more. But yeah, I'm at the point where I'm kind of skeptical. Like it might be happening, or there's a mandate coming down for 2 hour films.
Speaking of Thor: Love and Thunder, Grace Randolph had a source that basically said, now, I don't think she confirmed one way if this was in the form of this storyline originally being planned and it was cut because they knew they wouldn't have the time to, or if they did in fact shoot scenes of this nature, but then were forced to cut because, of course, as we have said, this movie at one point was 4 hours long, and so much was cut out of it that they cut out, the Grandmaster, Peter Dinklage, Lena Headey was in this movie. I think she even sued because she was cut out or something like that. So much was cut out of this movie. And again, one of the nitpicks I had about this is that really, I'm happy they bring back Jamie Alexander and that she was there and that she didn't get killed off immediately. That would have pissed me off. But I feel like that's a character that you have, and I don't know if it was you and me, Peter, but maybe I'm thinking more so it was me and David that thought of this. But we really love the idea of if you want to have Sif in there, and you also want to give Val something in this movie where she really had nothing going on in Love and Thunder. Well, I mean, it's right there. I mean, we're not the only ones that see it. I think Valkyrie and Lady Sif would be an amazing pair up, and it turns out we weren't the only ones that saw it. The people who worked on this film, were thinking that as well, and they were going to go ahead and do that. But it seems as if what got in the way was that the studio mandated this movie to be 2 hours long. And I hate everything. Yeah. Because I would have loved that component, and I think it would have worked in so well with what everything else is going on in this movie.
And it sucks, too, because they could have at least thrown it in at the end when Korg was doing the wrap-up.
Yeah, just like a little nod, a wink here, something.
Just be like, they both reach for a sword and then their hands touch, just and I would have been like, ooh, like, that's it. That's it.
Especially since, I feel like what they're trying to say is, most Asgardians are bisexual. It comes off that way.
When you're that old and rich and powerful, it's, any hole is a goal, if you watch What We Do in the Shadows, basically that, if you're a vampire at some point, you will just become bisexual because when you live that long, c'est la vie. No, yeah, that's so disappointing.
It is, huh?
I would like that. To be fair, I will say this movie a little overstuffed with ideas and things.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have watched a 2 hour 30
easy
of this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you give us more. And I feel like you also owe it to Jamie Alexander. She's been with this franchise all these years, and you barely give her anything to do.
Yeah, give her that, because then if they gave her a relationship with
Valkyrie,
you can guarantee her return, right?
Yeah.
You get some queen on queen stuff going on in the future.
I mean, King Valkyrie still needs her queen, so maybe if there's a Thor 5, maybe we can have that in there.
Hopefully.
Because that would, especially since, like, I hope it's, I wonder, and I hope it's not that on some level, either studio executives or the actual production team thought, well, if we have Sif on the main team here, maybe that's too many women in one team with Val and, like, Jane Foster and now Lady Sif. Especially since they were going for, like, Jane and Valkyrie having their own friendship, and maybe it would have been redundant to have a third wheel in there.
But that's why, like, just give the little nod at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole group, I would say, throughout the movie, it's like, yeah, they're kind of looking for love, right?
Yeah.
Thor, of course, Jane, and then Valkyrie, she's still on the whole I'm drinking.
I mean, Korg gets his love at the end. Why can't Val couldn't have got her
I would have really liked to see, like, the characters left alive. You know, it's like, hey, you know, they're embracing love in their life, you know? So you would have had, you could have had, like, what's her name? King Valkyrie there training the kids, and then what's her name comes in?
Lady
like I said,
Sif, yeah.
Lady Sif, they reach for the same sword, they give each other little knowing looks. It's like, oh, okay, we know what that'll probably grow into, right?
Yeah.
Korg met Dwayne, The Rock.
Such a dumb joke, and
It's
I
so
love it
stupid.
so much.
It's like, that's great. He made a little lava baby, and it's like awesome. And then you have, of course, you end with Thor, Love and Thunder. So it's like, I don't know. I think that just would have worked really well. And why it didn't end up, you never know. You never know nowadays. It's like no gays, although there's plenty of gay stuff in the movie. So it's like, well, why not? Because again, they don't even have to kiss or make out. It's just like, oh, we touched hands and then we look, and it's, or, you know, it's too last minute because they're fucking
changing everything.
A month left and they don't got time to do any of this shit.
Also, I would say Taika does not get enough credit. If it's true that he still was like writing Gore's motivation after like post production and certain scenes being like shot 3 times, good job. Still making it seem as if it was part of the plan the entire time, at least with Gore.
I want to give him credit because, like, for what it's worth, it's pulled together good enough.
Yeah.
For like a 2-hour runtime and fucking writing motivation in the editing room, but at the same time, you should, motherfucker, have a complete and ready script.
Yes.
Before you start filming anything.
And this is directed at Kevin Feige.
Yeah, because he should have mandated that from his directors, because it's becoming a regular thing. Mm-hmm. They were doing that on Spider-Man. I guess you can kind of understand because COVID kind of fucked them, and then they completely changed what the movie was going to be. But then it's like, why do you keep changing shit at the last second? Commit or... All
right, let's get a move on here. We don't want to stay here too long, but there are a couple things to even touch on still. So, Secret Invasion, Grace Randolph, source only could guess as to like what that leads into, but really there's no clear understanding of what relevance of any that show has or why it even exists so far. Which, by the way, we're getting Secret Invasion in early 2023.
I still have no idea what the fuck that show is about.
I don't even know why you're even doing this for
I don't know why
show.
they're doing it for TV. Yeah, it's so weird to me. It feels like such a throwaway because it is an Avengers film.
Yeah.
It's an Avengers film worthy idea. Yeah, this is another example of like, it feels like you're rushing, right?
Yeah.
Like
rushing and then also subsequently wasting.
Yeah. Well.
The other thing I see here, evidently there's also an Okoye or Wakanda series in development. So add that to the long list of shows and or projects that we threw in the last hour. Also, The Watcher, one of the leakers, has said that Marvel is, aware of the popularity of Scarlet Witch and are actively looking to do something with her. But that also suggests that they don't know what to do with her, and that maybe before it very likely could have been that we had a popularity issue with Wanda, and that the original plan was she was going to get Dark Phoenix in Doctor Strange 2, and that maybe that was pulled back because maybe she's just too popular to throw away.
Well, if I remember correctly, the original, and this is alleged, so it's not like 100% perfect.
Let me just read it over here. So the Watcher, the leaker here, which again, it's a leaker, so take this with a grain of salt. Also hearing Marvel is very aware of the Scarlet Witch fandom and thus are trying to incorporate the character in a bigger way this saga. WandaVision got a lot of new fans interested in the franchise, and that did not go unnoticed. That's what he said.
Sure. So, but I was going to say, the original plans for Doctor Strange 2 were, it was going to be like, the main villain was, I think, going to be like a nightmare or dream. Like
really?
The character, yeah. Huh. And then you were going to have
Mephisto?
Basically, it's just scary nightmare from the nightmare dimension, whatever. Scary guy. And then it was going to be like, if I remember correctly, I think they were going to use, what's her name?
Wanda?
America.
Oh, America Chavez, yeah.
To like spread the nightmare throughout the multiverse, da-da-da-da-da. And I think Clea was going to be in the movie, and Wanda was going to be in the movie as an ally for the whole movie. And then at the very end, she's going to be like, oh, my kids are out there in the multiverse. And then at the end, she kind of goes off and becomes a villain. A la, what's his name? Mordo at the end of Doctor Strange, the first one.
Right.
And then, she was going to become a villain sometime down the line. But I mean, looking at their schedule, at what point would that have happened? Like evil Wanda? Clearly not. And then I guess when Michael Waldron came in, they're like, fuck it, we'll do evil Wanda for this movie.
No, he actually said that he wanted to have evil Wanda. I saw the Doctor Strange making of thing, and that's like, nah, I don't want to waste. I don't want to give this villain to somebody else. I want to do this. That's the rationale. So, are we going to see her in House of Harkness is not what it's called anymore now. An even lamer title, Coven of Chaos. Are we supposed to see Wanda in that? Because if we don't, then when the hell are we going to see her?
I can see like a post credits at the end of the show.
Oh God! Again, an Agatha show. I don't see any point to there being an Agatha show.
I don't either. The Agatha show is 100% not part of the plan. It's just she was popular when WandaVision was popping. So then immediately they're like, green light a show. And then now they just gotta make the show.
Yeah. So there's a lot of moving pieces. Before we get on to the, what's it called? The VFX scandal, which is a lot to say there. I did want to also read, because like last week, Peter, you and I were talking about like how the Quake character would be incorporated, if at all, into the MCU. And the Watcher, which is with the tweets that I had read off at that point, we were discussing that it really wasn't outside the realm of possibility that it could happen, considering with the whole mutant situation. Now, to be clear, this person didn't at all suggest that she would be treated as a mutant. We just assumed it would be the case, considering that mutants was the direction they were going and not Inhumans. And of course, that Quake is an Inhuman. So this actually comes today. Lastly, update on the Daisy rumor. Hearing her origin is going to be kept intentionally vague, little setup or context, similar to the Secret War comic book she debuted in. I never made a claim about how Daisy was going to be introduced. I just said that internally there were talks about how the version of her they're introducing is a different version of the character.
I never said she would be introduced, but here's how the version that they're going to introduce is different.
I never made a claim about how Daisy was going to...
Okay.
About how Daisy was going to be introduced, not that she would be.
Yeah.
I just said that internally there were talks about how the version of her they're introducing is different, is a different version of the character. My source and I agreed this meant she would be a variant. However, now that things are progressing, her origin is going to be kept a lot more vague than my source originally believed. This most likely has to do with the fact that Disney Plus still wants to push the Marvel TV era because the service lacks bingeable content.
I was going to say, they probably get a lot of viewers for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They don't want to lose it. So they're just going to be kind of... You know what they're going to do? They're going to do the same thing with Daredevil.
That's what I was thinking. This reads a lot like
they're
it.
just here now and don't think about it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
That's the vibe that I'm getting out here. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not going to be required viewing. She will be treated she will be treated as a new character to MCU audiences. However, elements of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be incorporated, which is why I originally reported. Let's see here. And then another one of these people who also do these leaks says, yes, this is correct. I also like to add that this is the plan for all characters from the Marvel TV era of shows, so including Jessica Jones, which he says is also going to come back. Also, David had his thoughts I want to put in here. He just says, like, as long as there's not dialogue that contradicts stuff, it's fine, right? Like,
Marvel
she's there.
Wants to have its cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Right? And I also, it's true. Once you start establishing, like, really hard lines, it becomes a mess. We saw that with, like, their time travel, right? Where it's like...
Yeah.
Don't spend so much time with the ins and outs. Just fucking do it, okay? And I think in order to just keep what he wants to keep and throw away what he doesn't...
Exactly.
And not have to, like, jump through hoops to explain it, Kevin Feige is just going to introduce the characters that he's always... I think he likes just introducing characters and just having them already exist.
Basically. Yeah, it's a clean job.
Yeah. In fact, I think I heard him say he was going to do that with, like, the Fantastic Four.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like he's, like, over... He's not the biggest... I don't know. He just seems like Origins. It's like, if I can get away...
He's over those.
I think in his mind, if I can get away with not doing an origin, I'll do it.
At least for the movies. He seems to be a lot more oriented with origins on shows because he feels those as disposable anyway, so we'll just use that for the origin. Like Moon Knight or Miss Marvel.
Well, a lot of the shows exist just to introduce characters.
Basically,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, so as far as like the Quake thing is concerned, from what I understand, this person is saying they're not going to draw attention to like what she is, like mutant or inhuman. Like they're not going to dwell on where she came from or what her origin is. She's there, she shows up, and that's it.
I can 100% see that. Yeah. So she's there. Again, she's got powers. This is her name, Daisy Johnson, Quake. And then I can see just like what's his name, Samuel Jackson, just like I'm calling in reinforcements.
Right.
And then she just comes up with her like her little Quake powers, and then that's it. That's your intro, and then it just keeps moving. Again,
though, I would be happy with this whenever it happens, because there's so many moving pieces. Who the fuck knows when this is going to happen? Like this person saying the Secret Warriors project, I buy that. They're going to do that at some point, but again, when that happens is anybody's guess. Hey, Red Spotters, this is Alexis here. I'm again intercutting yet another later recorded than at the time of the rest of the conversation, just to add in some more context because I feel it's rather necessary. So at this point, yeah, we were just talking about these supposed rumors that were being spread around by this relatively new leaker, I guess you want to call him. He called him, or she, I'm sorry, I don't know who they are, or just to say they refer to themselves as the Watcher. And look, for my money, this person came across as, generally speaking, fairly decent, but again, internet reactions are only so reliable, so it leads us to where we are right now. So a lot of what you just heard, again, and I wanted to reiterate, even in that moment, but even especially here, that Marvel and whatever they're doing are constantly changing. So at the particular reason for why I'm even inserting this is because this Watcher person no longer seems to exist on Twitter. My particular theory is he was ran off because of some fans, I would say, who I guess were gloating in his face. Because what happened, I believe, this was Friday I'm recording this, July 30th, Marissa Chancharoen, the creator and showrunner for the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. television series, basically replied to an article that was referencing these rumors that she had been contacted by Marvel Studios to give her blessing. Once again, I do want to reiterate that when we first discussed this, we, as in myself and Peter, did that was the part that was like the fishiest to buy, really, because they don't really need their blessing. No disrespect, of course, and that's not really any reason to bring a character back or not. We all know really that Feige has a penchant against Inhumans, so that was our rationale. But she replied with, first I heard of this, basically casting doubt on the entirety of the rumor. Now, there have been certain, shall we say, disagreements about like which part was she casting doubt on just that one part that she was, contacted to give their blessing, or was she just casting doubt on the entire idea that Chloe Bennett would come back? Well, for my money, I find it hard to believe that at this point, I feel there's just too many rumors of, Bennett coming back. So I'm just gonna, at the moment, think that there is something there, there. So that's kind of where we are. And it could be that the entire thing is just like made up. But again, this is something that will remain to be seen. But it seemed in that particular interaction that what was being basically denied was that she was contacted, not that Quake, shall we say, would be brought back, which a lot of people, by the way, a lot of other, I guess we're going to call them scoopers or leakers, very well believe is going to be the case. It just seems to me that there's so much already indicating the exact same thing that there's something to it. But yeah, I don't know. This is just now the second time where one of these rumors basically gains steam, and then one of the people from the old cast comes out, shoots them down, and I guess it just dies off. So yeah, I just wanted to insert this little asterisk because don't want to spread any misinformation, of course. And I know rumors, leakers, it varies, but just again wanted to insert that for anyone's information. Okay, so the VFX thing. There's a lot of industry push, or a lot of the VFX artists have had enough, particularly with Marvel. Now, again, we've spoken at length about how widespread these issues are, that VFX artists are so overworked, underpaid, and underappreciated, and get no recognition whatsoever, and are just pushed around, literally, and then pushed around by all of the studios, but apparently none more so than Marvel Studios, who loves to have their way with them. And look, it should be no surprise considering how much you and I have spoken to how they love to change literally from the smallest aspects to the biggest aspects about their films at the last minute. It is honestly insane how often they do this. And I want to go ahead and read off.
I mean, real quick, a perfect
go ahead.
example is just look at how many titles She-Hulk has had since it was announced. So unnecessary.
Yeah.
But like and like the visual of the title itself has like shifted massively over and over and over again, and it's like if they're that anal over just the title and how it looks, just imagine how everything else is.
Yeah, it's so unnecessary as well. So again, this came from an article from Vulture, and it's just getting a lot of attention. So, a VFX artist says Marvel is famous for asking for lots of changes throughout the post-production. Quote unquote, some of the changes are really major. Maybe a month or two before a movie comes out, Marvel will have us change the entire third act. End quote. The entire third act. Another one here. I was introduced to the concept of being pixel fucked. They'll be like, can you just try this? Can you just try that? They'll want you to change an entire setting, an entire environment, pretty late in the movie. Again, this is all stuff that we've heard of before, so this is not really a surprise. Like, we know they do this stuff.
We've seen it. We saw it in the Ragnarok trailer. They completely changed.
Or Love and Thunder.
No,
Ragnarok. No, Ragnarok. Yes.
They completely changed where the confrontation with what's her name took place.
We also know this happened in Endgame, the last battle.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All of the actors are rotoscoped out of it. The original intention was supposed to be like a forest battle, but then they wanted more concrete and steel, so they changed everything.
Hey,
of course they would want that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. Let's see here. So another user actually, and this is actually very, I don't know what the right word for it is. It's just disappointing. I do not know how to pronounce this Twitter handle's name, but this is what he says. Apparently, when Marvel gets the VFX guys to redo stuff, the cinematographer isn't involved. Hence, why Black Panther's third act and those parts of Ragnarok next to the cliff look the way they do. This is the whole quote, or the part of the article from Vulture. The other issue is, when we're in post-production, we don't have a director of photography involved, so we're coming up with the shots a lot of the time. It causes a lot of incongruity. A good example of what happens in these scenarios is the battle scene at the end of Black Panther. The physics are completely off. Suddenly, the characters are jumping around, doing all these crazy moves like action figures in space. Suddenly, the camera is doing these motions that haven't happened in the rest of the movie. It all looks a bit cartoony. It has broken the visual language of the film. So that's the guy that worked on Black Panther basically saying, yeah, it looks awful, and here's why.
Yeah.
Which again, we've long spoken. You could see it how awful looking that last battle in Black Panther
is. Just I think Black Panther, the effects are kind of sketchy all the way through.
I was not a big fan of the CG Black Panther at all. I want the physical costume.
Yeah, but I mean, they just do that with everything now. Yeah. The last time, honestly, the only time I think it looks good or it's looked good was with
Black Bolt?
Yeah. That was a damn good costume. And it was CG.
And it was CG. That was wow, that's good CG.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, that's real good CG.
And just to be clear, we mean in Multiverse of Madness, not the Inhumans TV show. There was
No. Nothing they're saying here is surprising in the least. It makes 100% sense. It's what we've long suspected as to why shit looks so ugly. They're stretched thin, underpaid. They're asking for last minute changes. All of it, right? Especially those last minute changes. And I think Marvel has just said well, that's just the way we make movies now. Cuz that's why they're so dead set on filming everything behind a green screen. And so it can be real easy just to cut out the characters and throw them against another background. So they can continue just to make last minute changes over and over and over. That's why even that Clea stinger just looks terrible.
Yeah.
Like with her behind the dark dimension or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, I mean, vindication.
Yeah, even some of the stuff that Grace Randolph, I believe, was pulling from that article was that, or at least what she has heard, is that these directors have no experience with working with VFX, and that when they're brought in to the artists, is this good enough? The directors often don't know what to do, or they don't know what they want.
You know what? Maybe that's what Kevin Feige was talking about when he said, I just want to deal with more experienced directors, because they know how that shit goes. They know what to ask for when talking about visual effects.
Yeah.
And when you bring in these indie directors, they don't know. They're going to make it if they have no idea how VFX works, of course they're going to be like, can you just try changing the background? As if it's as simple as oh yeah, sure, here's a couple of clicks. This is how it's going to look. Right? No, that's thousands of hours of work you put into changing the background, and of course, if you don't have any experience dealing with CG and a big budget and all of this, yeah, you're probably gonna look to a lot of help for Kevin Feige, and he has to step in and just dictate, just remember how we did it in the last 20 movies, just do that again, right?
Wow.
But I mean, this is what happens when you hire indie directors fresh out of like their one hit at Cannes, not even Cannes, like some other small festival. And
they make nothing but small films, no mid budget movies, which have all but gone extinct as far as the theatrical experience is concerned. Of course, you know, people have kind of pushed those movies out, so a lot of directors can't get that experience. The only experience they can get is if they go to streaming and they get their mid-budget experience there, like the Duffers have gotten with Stranger Things. And you wanted to mention that the Duffers would be good for Marvel.
The Duffers would be perfect for a Marvel movie because they've worked with a lot of CG. They're established, so I think they very clearly have a vision. They're established. They will fight for their vision. I think because they know the ropes now.
And they're talented.
And they're very talented. They can make you give a shit about small character moments in the midst of big blockbuster action.
Yes.
They have experience with spectacle, and they have experience
a large
with
ensemble as well.
With large ensembles. They would be great. Like, those are the kind of directors you want to go after when looking for your big budget movies. Like, they got the experience, they can do it.
Secret Wars would be good, but what would be better would be X-Men.
They would be great with X-Men. Oh my god!
They kind of tried with like that episode in season 2, as you said. A lot of people
the
were
worst
crapping.
episode, which is funny because they dropped that shit. Like, I'm surprised they haven't gone in and just yoinked that episode entirely out of Netflix.
I know, right?
The library. No, but like you could. I think you could basically drop them in like any MCU property and they'd work, but especially something like X-Men, like for sure. And I think that's what you want. You want directors that have experience with mid-budget to, just like you said, mid-budget films, a little bit of spectacle, but nothing too big. And then those are the directors you go after to like, okay, now that you've kind of proved yourself, take a shot at the big leagues, right? And instead they're going like, oh, you just signed up for T-ball. Let's get a shot at the big leagues. Like you, I think Grace Randolph said something like, well, that's not Marvel's fault. That's film school's fault. Film school's fault. Film school should be working with directors to teach them how to work with VFX because it's such a heavy part of being a director today. And she's not wrong.
It also skirts the blame, though, elsewhere.
Yeah, because guess what? In the past, there's always been big, heavy effects movie. It wasn't CG, but it was like, how do you work with a lot of extras, a lot of makeup and puppetry and stuff like that kind of used to dominate the blockbuster landscape. And you know how you did that? You cut your teeth and learned the ropes on smaller films, sort of mid-budget films that had a little bit of a budget but not too crazy. And then when you've proved yourself there, you moved on to some big budget things. And the real problem is they don't make those movies anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think like of a version of that movie. Like, what was it? Overlord. Remember Overlord?
Yeah.
That's like a really good, like, mid-budget film.
Was Wyatt Russell in that movie?
Yes.
Wyatt Russell, also, I think Ian DeCasticker was in that movie.
Wyatt Russell, who gave his best Kurt Russell impression.
Right, basically. That was a good movie, too. People didn't talk about that one. Yeah.
But it was a nice little mini blockbuster, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Not too crazy big, but great effects, great action. It's like, that's the kind of movies you used to sort of learn the ropes with, hit it out of the park there. Studios would notice you like, hey, next Batman, Yeah. Want to come on in? That's kind of like what happened with Tim Burton and stuff like that. So, yeah, it sucked because, as we know, they don't make mid-budget films. So it's, I guess, credit to Marvel. It's a little bit harder to do that now. But also, Marvel wants the indie filmmaker because it's a lot easier to bully him around. Him or her, just be like, do what we want, or else there's 1.5 million of you out there. And then, yeah, I guess I would agree that there should be some basic CG competency taught within film school. But it's like, that's like the last layer I would.
I also would say there's a lot more competency that's needed in this studio, because I don't know what's competent about, like, you know, discussing the look of the movie without the cinematographer.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Of course it's going to look ugly. Like, I was looking at side-by-side images of the Black Panther trailer for that third act, and then the final product.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's what happened. We found out what happened.
It's an insane downgrade. It's so bad. Yeah. It needs to change. Because what's happening is the whole reason you go to the blockbusters is for the spectacle. And the spectacle is being affected.
Yes.
Heavily.
It's in decline.
Yeah. So it's like, what's the point of these movies if you can't even deliver on the spectacle? Shout out Avatar, Way of the Water, for saving cinema this December.
There needs to be a strike.
There needs to be unionization. Like, let's be real, that's the number one thing that'll fix this.
Yeah, but also, let's be real, can that happen? With this environment?
I wouldn't count on it.
Exactly.
But if you drum up enough anger, you never know, right? So never stop being a hater.
Basically. So, but yeah, I don't see how this problem goes away. I don't see how it gets better, especially since, like, if we already thought that Marvel was making too many projects in 1 year, they're doubling down, tripling down on that.
But that's why I would love if they would unionize, because that would, I think it would literally force Marvel to
slow down.
Not just slow down, like cancel half their projects.
Yeah.
I'd be like a kid on Christmas if that.
Cancel half, yeah.
It would be a win-win-win for everyone.
Except Kevin Feige. But then, who cares, right? He's won. I think he's won enough.
He's won enough in life, okay?
It's fine. But anyway, that's where our thoughts are at and where Marvel could be going. Who knows, right? At the end of the day, but we're going to go ahead and leave it there. Thank you for tuning into this 4-hour podcast. I mean, God bless y'all.
You mean 4 hour?
I said 4 hour, didn't I?
Oh, I thought you said 2 hour.
No, I meant to say 4 hour. I guess, again, always to stay tuned under our spotlight for more content. Nope review next week. And yeah, bye everybody.